Good morning, everyone. Ding ding. Why is this not? Oh, okay. There we go. At least now we're starting to see some of the other stocks run. And that was weird, right? What do you think, Girk? Was that de-risking? I'm not sure. Possibly? To those. Interesting. Look at SPX 1 second. Hmm. I like your costume, real spooky. Oh yeah, I know. Thanks. Ups, bring out the gray names. I just have this feeling it won't hold 30. I'm not gonna lie, I'm not a big fan of breaking Gamma Max in the pre-market. Um with not a lot of momentum. But the pre-market volume was really high. We've got no rise in the cost to borrow. There's a lot of arbitrage because the German markets are closed. Or I guess they have a holiday of some sort today. JC, welcome to Long Johnson, man. Thank you so much. Will you just let those CCs from Friday get assigned? So right now I have like 20 calls that are in the money. No, I probably won't let them just get assigned. But I'm not buying them back right now. So this is an options trap, so obvious. Yeah, I'm worried it's a liquidity grab. But now that some of the other stocks are running, I'm a little less concerned. Pressure relief, Jimmy to GM, as you talked about. We'll see. Jimmy going parabolic and God wills it. This might be de-risking the asymmetric risk built up by all the internalization last week. Well, internalization was kind of low Friday, right? I mean, well, it wasn't that low. It was at like 60. Well, DPI was at like 60, which isn't necessarily internalization, but yeah, this could be kind of just a liquidity grab. We'll see. Um, Getting some volume now is kind of relevant. Ooh, halt. Fun. It's gonna be an interesting day. So a lot of shares at 32.88, and they decide to stop it. Why would you sell shares? Ugh, never mind. That's interesting though. What kind of halt is it? That's not a limit up halt. Little pause. 31 to 32.88. That's not 10%. That's weird. Crime halt on WeBull. What's up, BMG? Just coming to say what's up and happy Halloween, everyone. Remember, pores, stop being cheap fucks and buy the good candy for the children. I bought candy, but I don't think there's going to be any children to give it to. Morning, Lorca. Jimmy delisting? No. Do people trick or treat in New York buildings? Not really. Just say it. This is MOASS. No, I'm not going to say that. Yeah, NYSE says little pause. The Halloween queen of my building died, but someone put up all her decorations and a lo-fi picture of her in memoriam, which makes it extra creepy. That's that's odd. Like, how do you decide how much per contract will you sell your options for at the bid? Well, the bid is yes, you can sell at the bid. If you sell at the bid, you have an automatic buyer. Um, but you could ask for more than that. Can we get the Pickle Vup song? Also, where's the J-Roll costume? I don't have one of those. Pickle Vups. Well, I can't play it when it's halted. Happy birthday, by the way. Is your Gamma Max correct? Yes, I think so. Where do you expect our conservative upside to be once we are past Gamma Max? Usually 10 to 15%, but Gamma Max may have already changed since this morning. Remember, as people buy more and more out of the money calls, um, the faster Gamma Max rises. So, you know, I'm sure people are call buying this morning. Let me let me see if we have any information. No, we still need like 4 more minutes for options flow, but we'll have a better idea in a little bit. Jimmy, unhalted. I hate CCs. I will never sell CCs again. Okay, then don't. Some Jimmy Jan 237.50C I had from OPEX went from 0.13 to 0.5 this morning. Sheesh. Nice. Yeah, Upstart's ripping too. Fubo's getting some momentum. Let's see what else is moving. XRT's up a tiny bit, but not a lot. What's crazy about this is GME is really deviating from the rest of these stocks. Like BBBY and AMC are up, but not nearly as much. Express is up a little bit. Hmm. And the market's down. No, borrow fees dropped this morning. Borrow fees have been going down for like the last 3 days. Not a lot, but a little bit. IBKR is like 8.9 right now. Hmm. No. Sell them far, far out and you won't hate them. Yeah. Hmm. One second. All right. What the fuck? What was that? My market order, my stop on my weeklies just got canceled. Oh, it halted again. Jesus Christ. Now it's back to $20 fast. We'll see. MOASS over, they got their liquidity. I don't care. I made some money. Odds on out of the money leaps aren't on the vol spike. Short term increased Ivy only. Rip or dip after the halt? Who knows? I don't know. I guess if the market keeps dragging down, I'd imagine it's going to be dip. Why halt? 10% move to the downside. I thought you said it'd be safe to sell 11.4 GME CCs on Friday. It's never safe to sell covered calls. Safer. I mean, I didn't get assigned. I'd imagine that you haven't gotten assigned either. What strike did you sell them at? How did taxes for CC gains? Their income. Is it a good thing that I have zero emotion about getting assigned on my CCs? I mean, if you can buy them back for cheaper, who gives a shit? When Apple go up? Well, probably with the rest of the market. Maybe tomorrow. We'll see. Quick question. When talking of Upstart, would you reposition Jan 2023 Upstart calls close to the money based on discussions and billionaires and pickles picks, or was that just December calls? I'm not moving my January calls. I'll probably average them down a little bit as we move towards like November OPEX. But I'm not moving any of those. I'm gonna roll the December's out. Well, I rolled some out this morning. Um, but as the ETF FTD period kind of progresses, I'll look for opportunities to roll more of them out. I'm not super worried if I have to carry them into November OPEX. I don't have that many of them. We just had a time zone shift in Germany, so the US market opened 1 hour earlier, and I missed everything. Well, yeah. Yeah, you did. For for now. I don't know if it's gonna squart hard after the halt. The SPX bounces here, it might. How long will Jimmy Ivy be elevated after this? Oh, it could be elevated for a little while. A few days. I mean, Ivy spiked pretty hard. Yeah, Ivy's up quite a lot. This could last. At least towards the end of this week when weeklies start to close. Can you talk about your announcement in the Discord channel last night? What about it? I thought it was pretty self-explanatory. Could this theoretically also be a possibility for some funds or institutions that are willing to take on more risk because of current market illiquidity, since they still have 5 DTE? Sure. We're just talking about like the weekly contracts that were open today. What are the call and put contracts looking like on SPX? There's some room to the downside to about I checked right before the stream, but I forgot. Hold on. It looks like 38.35 is our next line of support, but the gamma flip point is at 38.60. Hey Girk, been away. Any thoughts on how we got this run now and not last OPEX? They just let their foot off of Jimmy's neck. I think they might have just let their foot off of it briefly. Um, Jimmy's super fucking illiquid right now. So I could see this as being a liquidity grab. And they definitely internalized a lot of order flow on Friday, right? The indices were rocketing, and they managed to keep GME pretty flat, below all those zero DTE calls at like 29 and $30. So, this may be just the expression of that across like the rest of the basket. We'll see how our sensitivity is to the indices, as we move into like the middle part of the day. If our sensitivity to the indices remains really high, that's kind of bullish. I don't like that we're falling like right back to gamma max right now, but Upstart's bouncing, so that could be a good sign. Only about 5% of the viewers in the Discord understood the consequences of what you posted. You say things, people don't understand what is going to happen as a result. You have to explain like I'm 5. Um, without easy access to liquid cash or illiquidity in the treasury market means that, you know, it's very hard for funds to get quick cash, right? Which they generally use to avoid things like margin calls and stuff, right? And since yield rates are rising on near term bonds at such an exponential rate, the older products are becoming less and less liquid. So it's harder and harder to find a buyer for them as the yield on newer products quickly outpaces them. Which means that there's a lot of collateral that can't be turned into cash. And with banks potentially de-risking, you know, there could be margin calls across the entire market, and you know, those margin called entities may have no access to cash. I mean, there's not a lot of like small hedge funds positioning an on RRP. Dark pool trades are off the charts for GME right now. It's not the banks I'm talking about. The banks are the margin callers. They also are the ones that provide liquidity to the bond market. They know full well that they're not acting as, you know, the market maker essentially for the treasury for the treasuries, right? That's the point of quantitative tightening, is it disincentivizes them to participate in the treasury market. What's the move to profit from that? Well, generally short positions get closed out first. SS calling crime already. Of course they are. Do you think we're gonna get a bounce here, or is this it? Um, like I said, let's see how our sensitivity reacts to the indices. So watch SPX. You know, see if we're still really sensitive to SPX, then that's a good sign. If they start internalizing upward buy pressure on the indices again, obviously not great. Or pretty quickly falling back through get where Gamma Max was, which makes this look more and more like a liquidity grab. To be long indices briefly, but also short them. So if primes start margin calling big swaths of positions across the market, you know, that's gonna obviously drive the market upwards, as everyone's, you know, very short leveraged right now. But as soon as they're done, they're gonna start selling, right? And I think all of it kind of hinges on the FOMC meeting this week. First time I stopped myself from FOMOing into calls. I mean, I did. I made a little bit of money. It wasn't it wasn't the best. Mostly because my stop got canceled, but um sometimes it's like okay to FOMO in as long as you don't overhold. You can just scalp it, right? Um did you take a look at Fubo IV? What about it? It's quite high. Well, on the weeklies. I'm not sure it's significantly higher. Like it pumped a little bit today, but it's not crazy. S3 calling for parabolic upside. Same like Wall Street Journal NFT marketplace leak. If we crossed 30 on Friday, we would have had parabolic upside. No, I'm not online early. Your time changed. Killer Co UK. You've got a time change going on over there. Nice, CJ Gonzalez. Yeah, they charge a lot of fees. I mean, that's their business model. Any chance this is letting GME get a leg up to slow DRS? What? Why would this slow DRS? Have you seen the cost bases in DRS? Believe me, $30 isn't going to slow it down. What's the options data look like today? It looks like people bought a bunch of calls. I mean, it's on a delay for the live feed, so I'm kind of still looking at a little bit in the past. We'll see how many got stopped out. Looks like we had a big surge of call buying at market open, which died off around 9:45, and now calls are being sold at a far faster rate than they're being bought. Although some of the calls that were bought weren't too bad. I mean, they're sold now, but a lot of November 30 Cs, November 18 30 Cs. Everything else is just weeklies. So, those positions are going to be kind of skittish, right? Next resistance on SPX. It looks like our downside support's at 38.35 today. Still holding in that 3,800 to like 3,900 range. I think we'll mostly stay elevated into the FOMC meeting, but we may drop in advance an expectation of the 0.75 increase. I could see us falling as low as like 37.50 before then, if we are gonna slide down. Could you make your visage hover around on the screen today? That'd be cool. Thanks. Also, bounce and then let's fucking go already. We'll see. I never heard anyone mention S3 before this parabolic stuff. I'm glad they got their promotion in via Super Stonk. They were the ones that announced that short interest was not 140% after, or was no longer 140% after the January run, and they were admonished by everyone at the time. Do you remember Ihor? I have memes of him somewhere. Like this one. There's several, but this is just an example. Felt cute bought puts on GMA. I mean, you're paying a lot of money for IV, and the downside isn't super great. You mentioned the potential for Rev to get bought out. I can't seem to find any related news. I posted the article about that in the Revlon channel on the Discord. Their lenders are pushing for them to take offers as they try to accelerate the bankruptcy process, which is one of the big stipulations of their $1.4 billion loan, was to kind of get this all wrapped up real fast. They've been sending out NDAs to several prospective purchasers, and I think they're at least attempting to facilitate a buyer. They'd had some offers previously, but the buyers didn't think that they would meet shareholder expectations with the price of their offer. So, obviously with the delisting and stuff, those expectations may have lowered. And Revlon may be more willing to accept their offers. Thanks, Speeder Comfort. Are you nervous about your November 4 $27 GME calls being exercised since their expiration is soon? No. Not really. Ortex was also known by nobody a year ago until Superstock picked up on them. No, Ortex put out a bunch of shit during the January run before Super Stonk ever existed. Their data's always been awful. They've reported more fucking short squeeze signals than Fintel even. Um, and I've yet to see an actual short squeeze occur over the last, year and a half. But I hope they keep doing what they're doing, selling people data that's free elsewhere. I'm not Noir Gurk. I'm Wall Street Bets Theta. Felt cute did absolutely nothing because I'm lazy and not approved for options. There's some brokers that just approve everyone for options. If Rev gets bought out when my Rev shares become valuable, they could, yeah. Well, at least as valuable as the buyout price. Yeah, it could be bullish for them. It depends. There's no offer yet, as far as I'm aware. Is it possible for offers to be above $10 a share? Yeah, I mean that's not a very significant market cap, so I would say yeah, it's possible. I assume even with a buyout, Jan calls aren't going to be worth much. Probably not, but that really depends on what the buyout price is, right? Don't forget that the stock still has to move up to the buyout price. Um, so if the buyout price is higher, then potentially. Then why aren't you not existent? Because there's 5 DTE. Technically, I should have been sold already, but I figure I'll keep it going. I bought 5 Apple calls, and I'm not a multimillionaire yet. What gives? Oh, that's not how that works. What do you think is a good entry for Amazon? Uh, I'd wait and see. I'd wait for like SPX to find a floor before I bought into anything long. I have some things that I'm looking at entering on the long side this week, but I'm kind of waiting for SPX to find a little bit of support here. I hope the rev buyout is at least $8.35. A RevJan 35C won't sell with a market order? That's because there's no buyers. I remember Upstart, the stock that causes audio issues when asked what exactly the company does. Well, to be fair, the guy they asked was like a hedge fund manager, and probably had no fucking clue. But they are it's not easy to explain what they do, but they are a mortgage adjacent, well, loan adjacent lending facilitator that uses AI to qualify borrowers. They make pretty good money. The company doesn't seem to be terribly run. And they've been shorted into the fucking dirt. So it looks exciting. If a crash happens, is it likely for the US dollar to go parabolic again, right? I mean, it'll probably pump, yeah. Do you have a timeline you expect? No. No, I can't predict the heat death of the treasury market. Soon? I mean, risk is mispriced in the market now. It's already a problem. The Fed rate could be a trigger, one way or the other. Are you still holding BTU CSPs? I'm 50%. I just want to hear your thoughts. Yeah, because I want assignment on them. I know they're up, but there's no reason to get them back. Like I have no risk. If you're playing them simply for income, then you could probably take profits or wait it out. I mean, it's up to you, but I want assignment, so I'll let them ride until they expire. Do you think Apple could slip back to the pre-earnings price in the next couple weeks? No. I mean, not unless the market tanks. This wasn't the early November expected FTDs, right? No. Early November FTDs are between the 3rd and the 10th. Um, so no ETF FTD expectations today at all. Upstart had ETF FTDs today. Their ETF FT like their ETF fails were kind of not in sync with the rest of the basket because their primary ETF was reg showed for a brief period. Any good news on Rev will cause an IV spike, which will cause the Jan 35s to move a bit. Possible, yeah. Let's say part of OPEX. No. If not, what was it? If a part of OPEX, how? I think today was just a liquidity grab. I think they blew off a bunch of internalization in the pre-market. And without the foreign exchanges open and no ability to arbitrage the price change, we kind of just ran. Also FOMO, people super bullish going into this morning. So I'm sure we had like a lot of pre-market FOMO as well. Also, huge amounts of puts closed out on Friday as well. Not just calls, but puts that were in the money. So, that has an effect on price as well. It took quite a lot of effort to keep us from breaking above 30 last week. Would you like to reposition Fubo in the event of a market crash? Not really. I mean, how much lower is it going to go? I'd probably average down if I got the opportunity. I have an interview this morning for basically my dream job. Full benefits and a higher salary than my current. Wish me luck so I can continue to make DGM plays with you. Good luck, Sir Brohamdan. I hope you nail it, man. Didn't Jamie have a weird multiple haul day that preceded the March run? Yeah, and during the Feb ETF FTD period, there were a bunch of halts. We also saw that going into May as well. And I think in June. Back to gamma neutral in the next few days before ETF FTDs? No, I don't think we'll fall that far. Not unless the floor of like the market falls out beneath us. I think we'll mostly stay in this upper range. I could see us slipping back to delta neutral, but I don't think we'll go back to gamma neutral before the ETF FTDs. Maybe after the ETF FTDs. Are you gonna straddle the FOMC minutes? Possibly, yeah. I can see doing that. How do you think poor AMD earnings will affect the price? Most of the downside was realized already. Yeah, I think their preliminary report already left them kind of battered. And their earnings aren't terrible. It's their reduction in margins and kind of pullback on their growth expectations that really hurts them. I mean, their earnings year over year are up like 29%. So I don't know if the reaction is going to be very significant given the preliminary report they already released, but uh I suppose there could still be a surprise at earnings. Explain what you mean by liquidity grab. Well, they're running out of liquidity on GME to short GME with. And by running the stock up, you get a bunch of liquidity, and then you can short the stock again. I think that's the easiest way to explain it. Raising the price encourages selling, whether it be the selling of options or shares, what have you. Um, it encourages their sale. It also relieves pressure from the market maker hedge. Blowing off internalization slash liquidity grab equals bad for November OPEX, right? I don't think something this minimal is bad for November OPEX, although it is quite a lot of volume. So it could be. I rolled most of my GME CCs. The fun of realized losses of 17K. Why didn't you just wait a little bit? You posted something in announcements last night, and I have no idea what it means. Please explain. I already did. Are you trying to say the market crash may crash earlier than expected? If so, why? There's liquidity issues in the treasury market. And without sufficient liquidity, if primes start de-risking, um, hedge funds are going to have nowhere to get quick collateral, like quick cash, in order to cover their margin calls. Um, which would lead to like a big squeeze up and then a massive crash. Go read the fucking DD, Walken. I wrote a DD on this shit. Any thoughts on Oxy today? I haven't looked at it this morning yet. It looks to be doing pretty well. Is oil coming up? And oil's not doing anything super impressive. I guess it's climbing a little bit. Yeah, Oxy's doing well. Exxon's earnings were really, really good. So, you know, that momentum of really high oil earnings is probably going to continue, with Oxy being kind of next in line. So I'd expect a lot of speculation going into their earnings. Check out the beautiful parabola on GMA. I'm 99% sure that S3 Partners meant if GME crossed $30 on Friday, it was going to go parabolic, not if it just crossed $30 at any point in the future. Friday, people loaded up on like out of the money zero GTEs. If GME had broken through 30 on Friday, it really would have gone fucking nuts. Who's the guy you laughed at Friday for buying next weeklies? Uh, I don't remember. I hope he did make money. He could have also bought further dated calls, Papa Muff, and made the same amount of money without the theta risk. GMA not really reacting to SPY moving down, up, down a lot. Means that internalization is high again? No, I think it's more that index volume's just really low. But we're not showing a lot of sensitivity to the upside, which isn't a good signal. Already 10% up on Dole. I'm starting to think I should buy low and sell high. Well, I mean, Dole's kind of like a longer play, right? I mean, my projections for that were kind of like into next year at least. Not necessarily just like a couple weeks. But I mean, if you're up and you want to take profits, it's up to you. I had a fairly long timeline for it. It also has a really good dividend. Don't forget the dividend if you're considering taking profits, by the way. The liquidity grab doesn't affect ETF FTD exposure. ETF FTDs are cash settled, right? So that's why they occur in such a timely fashion. I don't think it'll affect the ETF FTD exposure on the 7th. Or like the big chunk of it on the 7th. Hey Gurk, next time you get all doom and gloom on the market, can you let me know so I can full port GME weeklies? The market's not up today. GME's not going to be up today pretty soon. Would you have really sold at the top though, Turd? Let's be honest. What's the point of preliminary reports versus just doing it for earnings? Can ease the shock of earnings, or in order to attract investment capital if the preliminary report is good. Buy December GME calls or to wait? I would probably wait. I mean, IV is really high right now. I wouldn't want to buy too many calls until IV crushes a little bit. Look at our stock hovering at GM, unable to break it. It's almost like you crazy quants know something. I mean, crime. Well, we did. I'm a little bit behind in chat, I think. Wheat is slightly up. Yeah, I think it'll continue up. What happens to the leverage VIX positions like UVXY and VXX when they get near a zero? What do you mean? Oh, they reverse split. So you're talking about as like decay eats away at their value? They just keep reverse splitting. That's why it looks like UVXY went to hundreds of thousands of dollars in the past. It never did. That's just the effect of cumulative reverse splits on the previous price. Do you think we'll hit gamma neutral again before November OPEX? I think that's possible. I mean, honestly, we'd probably prefer to see that. We'd want to see them coming in short pretty hard going into. We definitely want to use them to use up whatever liquidity they got today. Don't discourage them from taking profits. It's a good habit. I'm not trying to discourage from taking profits, but it's a very long-term investment, right? It's not like a short play. So understanding the time horizon on something's really important. Not that 10% is bad. I mean, it's solid. But the stock has a 4% yield, so which you'd be giving up. So you're really netting 6% over a 1-year buy and hold. And I expect the stock will go up much more over the next year and a half. It's not being valued equivalently with its primary competitors. Haha, my 2650Cs are going to be safe because I sold them 3 weeks out. I didn't even sell them 3 weeks out. You selling any upstart CSPs for earnings? Possibly. We'll see how much IV spikes going into earnings. Yeah, I know Beyond Meat's still on reg show. The problem is it's super liquid. So someone's keeping a naked short position open on it, but I don't think it's going to have a lot of effect on the price of the stock. Hope you had a good weekend, Girk. What are your thoughts for GME heading into the FTD period? More downs till then? Also, how are you playing AMD earnings tonight? I mean, I already have an AMD position. I'm gonna sell some covered calls into earnings tonight. Kind of hoping they get assigned, frankly. So I'll probably sell them fairly close to the money. I wouldn't mind getting assigned on them, especially if I can get decent premium. Oh shit, my mouse died. Hold on. Hmm. Hope you had a good weekend, Girk. What's your thoughts? Oh, yeah, I mean, I think we might just kind of trade fairly sideways or move back towards the delta neutral range. We'll see what happens for the rest of today. Obviously, there's still some FOMO. GME could still be a little touchy, and if the market bounces into the end of the day, we might ride that price action back up. But I would expect the rest of the week to be kind of lackluster, especially with so much price action this morning. And then the biggest spike in ETF FTDs is next week. So we have a few on the surrounding days, but the 7th seems to have the majority of the FTDs. Isn't the bullish Fubo news bad for Fubo since its institutions trying to pump it to offload bags? Or do I just have PTSD from GME? I think you might just have PTSD from GME. I don't think the bullish news on Fubo is bad. Or institutions trying to pump it. I think institutions are buying into it. That's kind of why it's got that big put blanket on it. And we see such like a strong amount of support on the low end of the price range at like 330, 340, 350. I think institutions like Fubo quite a lot. They have a decent amount of cash on hand, and their subscriber growth is picking up a lot of steam. Sold CC's almost at the top. I'm 50% already. Happy Monday, Dad. Happy Monday, Valerie Winsley, Alexandria Petrova. So UVXY never hit 900? No. Not possible to buy JJG online with Fidelity. You have to call in. Thoughts? Weird. It's an ETF. I don't know why you can't just. I mean, okay. Why? Why do they make you call in? Is it an ETN? Oh, it might be an ETN. Yeah, it's an ETN, so that might be why. Still odd, really odd. I still don't understand entirely why they'd make you call in to buy it, unless there's a liquidity issue. Remember, ETNs are not like ETFs. They cannot create additional shares without SEC approval, whereas ETFs can just create infinite shares. No, Fubo wasn't 450,000. It also reverse split. It did go up quite a lot at one point, but it did reverse split. I'm more liquid than I've been in quite some time. No open GME calls or leaps for the first time in a while. Excited to reposition on dips, etc. Can you talk about the impact of 15 million volume today? I would imagine that most of the volume seen today is from options. So I wouldn't worry too much about GME's liquidity potential. I don't think the liquidity problems on GME are resolved by simply this morning's price action. We will see. I mean, I will be looking and paying attention. They definitely relieved some pressure. Do you prefer to sell CCs consistently each week, regardless of IV, or do you like to wait for these wild spikes that occur every couple months? I kind of like the wild spikes. I mean, I don't get me wrong. I'll sell CCs out of the money most weeks, regardless of implied volatility, but further out of the money, right? Obviously, when Jimmy spikes like this, I'll sell more CCs with, a higher degree of risk because the downside is very likely. I do much better at selling theta than buying theta. That's fair. Most people do initially. Is it just me or Wheat Gen 2023 calls super cheap? Yeah, they also probably don't have enough theta. They are super cheap, but they probably don't have enough theta. In regards to UVXY, how far out of the money would you consider to capture a possible market downturn crash? I wouldn't touch UVXY. It has issues. It's extremely overshort. And its price action is reflecting that. It could squeeze in the event the VIX pops, which is interesting, but it's risky. It's probably better just to buy the index options right now, since so many of the VIX instruments are kind of fucked up. Like VXX has problems with their liquidity. UVXY's got issues with being massively over short. Uh so yeah, it might be better just to have exposure. That's what I've been getting, is just exposure to uh the VIX directly, like the index options. Do you think today's pump liquidity grab is them preying for ETF X next week? Suppress the run? No, I think they internalized a lot on Friday, and there was a lot of pressure on them, and I think we saw a little bit of that blow off this morning. And I think we saw a lot of weekly call buying, and I think we saw a lot of pre-market FOMO, which only exacerbated the closing of pretty large numbers of puts last Friday. Um, the fact that we've now fallen back below Gamma Max doesn't give me a lot of confidence that we're going to move back above it, but we could. I'd be careful. Um, there's still potential for volatility. It doesn't look good though. It looks like they got some liquidity and then they shorted the fuck out of it. IV's crushing super hard already. you know, the CCs that I had out that were, $5,000 underwater are now only $1,000 underwater. Prices continually slipping, not just on GME, but the rest of the basket as well. Even though the market is trading fairly flat, all of these are indications that they've gotten some liquidity and they're shorting. But that's good. That's what we want. We want them to get a little liquidity and then short it. Oh, JJG is available. Traded quite a bit this morning in pre-market. I don't know why you're not seeing it, but it's available. Did you say HKD was the real MOASS? No, I said HKD was a Chinese money laundering scheme. Still holding 120, 45C for GME, like 40% today. Should definitely hold out until closer date, right? I mean, what? You're holding a 120, 45C and it's still up. It should definitely hold out. I mean, you have theta on it. If the current profits aren't sufficient for you to want to capture them, then you can wait, but it's probably going to be a little bit. We got like 2 weeks, 2 weeks, 3 weeks till OPEX. So if Fubo had good earnings, which I think it will, I mean, we already kind of know what they are. They're good. Can you see it running to $5 after the earning report? Thinking of getting a few November 4 calls to profit a little off of a potential bump. I mean, they might just short the fuck out of it after earnings. I don't know if earnings is going to be where the price breaks. It could be, but most of those puts expire on like November 18th. On those reverse splits, say theoretically you went short all that time ago and held, would you be up that much? I mean, yeah, the price of Fubo has dropped massively. I'm not entirely sure what you mean. Are you talking about Fubo or are you talking about just like any reverse splits? The risk for shorts in a reverse split is institutions usually sell off their positions if the underlying has to reverse split. They don't like reverse splits, and that causes a share recall because they want to sell all their shit, all their holdings off. But yeah, I mean, if someone shorted Fubo at 5,000x the current price, they're up, or whatever instrument you're referring to. I'm sure they would have closed them by now. That'd be an extraordinarily long time to hold a short position open. Seems like we went just about 10% over Gamma Max on that run. Yeah, just about. What a fun morning. All right, I'm done trading for the day. Nice, man. Hey, dude, are you selling CCs right now? No? I have some out, but I'm not selling any. Are there any hope for Rev 35Cs? Probably not. Are we basically hoping for an IV rip if the buyout actually happens? I mean, you don't need to hope for anything. You can't sell the contract currently. There's no buyers. So, I mean, that'd be cool if there's a high buyout price and the 35Cs move up, because then you would have buyers for them. But there's no hope. They're dead. Right? I mean, if something happens, cool, but you can't sell them even if something doesn't. One guy in the sub is pretty sure that they delayed all of OPEX just to catch you and your followers' covered calls. Really? I didn't get assigned. It's almost like nobody even wanted my deep in the money calls that I sold. They're right there, ripe for the picking. If this is an intentional liquidity grab on GME, does that mean a T+2 spike is less likely? Yes. But the markets are starting to move up a little. SPX is stabilized. If it fills that gap to the upside, it could be a kind of a fun day. Ooh, should I play that? Hold on. Ooh. I kind of like this. So we're kind of stuck to this negative gamma at 3860. But if SPX starts to move up, we can move back up to 3900 again. I kind of like that. You think that's it for GME price action, or do you think we could rip again later today? I think if the market goes up, we can move up. I think most of the options pressure is dead. How many shares of Dole do you own? I got about 10,000 of them. I would have bought more, actually, but it's kind of out of my range where I wanted to buy it now. So these Apple bags are so heavy, Gurk. Can you call Tim and pump it? I mean, if the market moves back up to $39, 3,900, you're not gonna have any problem with the pump part. Respect for your Ghost of VWAP costume and a hearty Riku to the fellow pigeon whales. Thank you so much, Claw Range. If the SIR rules for the bank are changed, SLR rules. SLD? Did that change your view about the crash? No? Not as long as risk continues to be mispriced in the market. This is the problem when volatility is not a measurement, but is instead a tradable product. Why do we want them to get a little liquidity and then short it? Because we want them to cover during the period where it's most beneficial to them, right? Which we already know based on an obscene amount of historical evidence is after the monthly options expiration. That's when they want to run it, right? And that's when it has the most potential. Also, it's kind of a good sign if this is a liquidity grab, right? Because that kind of ties it into like November 3rd, January 6th, right? Where we saw similar things happen. Big overnight pre-market moves, early morning spikes that led into, ultimately very little actual price action. Do you expect the market to bounce up end of day? It's looking good, and it's looking like we're starting to see some positioning to the upside on SPX. So yeah, we may very well see some recovery here. Jimmy is currently very illiquid, and the split did unlock tons of liquidity. Both of those things are true. Walken. What's the confusion? So you're thinking Fubo repricing more likely to occur during OPEX than during earnings stuff? Probably, yeah. How is this not manipulative? What do you mean? How is what not manipulative? Does this remind you of January 7th? I mean, it's obviously not as significant as January 7th, but there's similarities. I've asked you nicely, but I'm tired of being nice. Where's the undo button on my options page? I don't think they have those. If you didn't already have CCs out on GME, would you be selling them now? I'd probably wait to see if we realize like another spike into the midday. Are you expecting SPX to fill that gap to the upside? I think it might. Oh my god, Gherk is long on pineapple. The end times are here. They don't just sell pineapple. They have exposure to several fruits, like bananas. I know you don't like playing the downside on cat, but thoughts on puts on cat into FOMC? I don't like it. Time for indices to pull GME up. We ran this morning when everything was down. We'll see. I don't know how sensitive we're gonna be, because we're above like that gamma flip point, right? So it kind of depends on the dealer's positioning right now, but we probably don't have like a lot of volatility to the upside now, especially after breaking gamma max, right? IBKR is not updating GME borrowed shares. Well, they probably borrowed them. That's usually what that means. When do we expect GME to get slammed? I mean, it already got slammed pretty fucking hard. They dropped it like $6. $5? Well, almost $6. How can both be true? We didn't see a ton of buying, right? We have constant buying every single fucking day. It's just really slow. Also, significantly after the split, they shorted the shit out of it, which also dries up liquidity. So soon, have you forgotten our drop from August at like 50 fucking dollars? Did you answer my Jimmy T plus 2 question? Is this enough volume to cause T plus 2 Wednesday? Volume isn't what causes T plus 2. You're talking about like Gex covering, and that's not driven by the fact that there's volume today. That's driven by the number of options that go in the money. On a reprice of Fubo, does that mean we find a new floor? So it makes sense to take profit and reposition leaps. You could, yeah. Did you answer my question before about moving into Novopex and ETF FTDs for GME? Friday buying makes sense. Friday buying's kind of tough. I know the ETF FTDs are on Monday. Um, I'll probably buy Friday, but I'm not gonna buy like November, what is it, November 11th calls. I'd probably buy like November 18 calls just so the hit from the theta decay over the weekend isn't so bad. Or try to buy them at market close when they price it down. Which doesn't always happen. Too late to get more dull. Seems like a nice play to park some money. I mean, it's above where I wanted to buy it. I kind of want to wait and see if it sees a little bit of a reversion. Um, maybe a pullback to like, let me take a quick look, but I think I would wait on a pullback right now. Yeah, maybe like I would look to buy at the $8 level. I'm not saying that that's going to be realized. It may not. Like, you may not get a chance to buy it this cheap again for a little while. But if the market pulls down hard, there'll be another entry opportunity, and I do expect the market will pull down hard again at some point in the next couple months. Maybe much sooner. We still have a position in DDS? No, I sold out most of it. If not all of it. I'm pretty sure I got stopped out. I can look. Yeah, it looks like I got stopped at like 328. Not bad though. I mean, it's just hard to get a lot of leverage there. I don't think we're going to see a 1.0 rate hike. I think that's a bit extreme. MM hedge is positive now on both SPX and GME, right? On GME it's hard to say with the skew, but on SPX, yes, it is. Speaking of bananas, anytime I buy expensive cheese, I go to the self-checkout and type in the item code 4011, which is for bananas, 39 cents a pound. Fire sales every time I shop. I'd be careful with that. I'm pretty sure it's considered shoplifting. And if you get caught, they're gonna fuck your life up for fun. Did you see I am no longer poor? Pigeon whale in the house. Oh, son of a bitch. When did you do that? Why did you become a pigeon whale? Thank you so much. Not a poor. I appreciate it, dude. Congratulations on the gains, man. That's I'm waiting the Fed to buy more GME calls. I'm probably just gonna wait a little while to buy more GME calls. I'm not. I don't know. I'm not feeling quite as bullish as everyone else is. I just like I don't trust any GME moves outside of, you know, their designated time frames, which generally pays off really, really well for me. Do you have an inverse pigeon whale option for the losers? It's called a savings account. You can check out your local bank. They usually have them. Gurk defending pineapple by claiming he has exposure to several fruits is exactly why I'm here. There's nothing like exposing yourself to fruit. It's really high in fiber. You don't want to clog up your bidet, right? This is making me bullish for Novempex. Just how quickly they shot it down. Yeah, I mean, whatever liquidity they got, they used up pretty fucking fast. I think I like you now. I guess that's what I get for watching your stream every minute for the past year. Yeah, it's called Stockholm Syndrome. That's understandable. Hey, Gerg, did an oopsie and left a buy close order open on a CC this morning. It filled as we were dropping, obviously, but would you just resell it again so as not to overpay so much, or wait and resell? I mean, if the indices pop up into the late afternoon, you may get another opportunity. I'm sure this morning's price action didn't occur without packing the dark pools with a little bit of spicy action. So look for the dark pool dumps like 1230, 130, 1269. Look at CNS. Maybe we get a better opportunity at one of those points during the day. Thoughts on sprinkling Old Bay on a mediocre lobster bisque? I mean, just don't buy a mediocre lobster bisque, right? Then you're not posed with such existential dilemmas. Woo! Pump it. What net worth is a person no longer poor, in your opinion? I don't know. I guess it depends on like their cost of living and stuff. Hold on. I'm making money. Not a lot of it, but a little. So you're long banana. Yeah. Would you sell a weekly 33C on the potential rips from the dark pool later today? Not a bad price. I mean, 10% above Gamma Max. Roughly, you could go a little further out than 33 if you wanted to be safer. Wow, parabolic to 34. So insane. Yeah. Too bad it didn't happen on Friday. There's 1K people who haven't liked the stream. Unreal. If you guys could, drop a like. It's a big help and a great way to share your support without giving me any money. Fubo Costabaro went up 1.1% today. Cool. If someone doesn't have a bidet and a mullet, would you classify them as poor? Yes. Do you think we could see Delta neutral in the next 3 or 4 days? Yeah, it's definitely possible. We might see Delta neutral today. I mean, we are not. SPX is fucking ripping hard, and we're not moving up very much. I don't like this potential double top. Uh, Stop 10, 20. Limit at 10. Sorry, I'm just trading SPX. Are you looking to buy back GME cover calls before ETF FTDs? Or do you have some left for it? Oh, I'll sell some more probably on ETF. I don't have very many cover calls out right now. At least none that are anywhere near the money. I would say I'll probably sell some into if we get like a bump into the ETF FTD period. I would consider selling some. I get fucking stopped out here. Ooh, that's bullish. I am short but wide banana. Congratulations, Squamsk. That sounds awesome. Do you think we chop until FOMC rate decision? I mean, I think we'll trade within a pretty tight range, yeah. Because we're gonna see a lot of delta neutral positioning come in. That's gonna kind of like limit the up and down side going into it, right? And then afterwards, whichever side loses out will catalyze, probably further catalyze whatever direction we take. Can you tell by numbers if GME shorting this morning was using put options or shares? I can tell you by volume that it was probably a significant number of shares. Let's be real, we give you lots of money by bag holding despite all recommendations otherwise. Who's recommending bag holding? You're no longer poor when you found meaning in your life that gives you purpose, usually finding the love of your life and creating life. Then you are truly wealthy. It sounds like getting married and having children. That's awful. I just learned I broke a finger last week. How did you just learn that? Oh, it didn't hurt enough. Okay. Bullish on your pain sensitivity. My calls didn't get assigned like I hoped. Hopefully I can write the rest on another move up. Probably. I think there'll be plenty of opportunities. I think I'm gonna start entering my SPX short position today. Okay. I'm currently a little bit long on SPX. And I'm pretty fucking happy about it. Yeah, I think it's time to set up a stop here. Cool. That was awesome. Is there a chance that Rev's stock price can recover a bit? I'm wondering if I should sell my shares. Yes. There's a chance for Revlon stock to be worth quite a bit more than it currently is. They're in the middle of negotiating buyouts. I mean, selling at this point is just eating the loss. That it has potential. If you need the money, I understand, but if you can wait it out, there could be better opportunity. Can confirm, have a wife and kids, still house poor, and sell my kids for weeklies if Jimmy was confirmed running. Imagine how peaceful the following vacation would be. If you had to guess, Garrick, where did volume liquidity come from today? Borrowed shares, short vol, borrows from ETFs, Superstock finally having enough, joking, or all synthetic through options. I think a lot of the volume came from options today. And I think we saw big unloading of internalization today. I think they internalized pretty hard on Friday. The markets rallied like fucking crazy Friday. So, and Jimmy barely moved, right? Like we moved right up into that resistance and then just fucking sat there for the rest of the day. And that requires quite a bit of effort on their part. So the unloading of that into this morning's FOMO into weekly options is very, very capable of generating quite a lot of volume. Remember that volume's not it's not indicative of like liquidity generated or really anything besides delta hedging. Most of that's a large degree of delta hedging. So it's just like a lot of options churn from the market maker as they move back and forth between, you know, the flip points in their hedge. You think buying more Revlon calls now is a good bet? No, 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 no. I would not actively participate in an OTC options market ever. If you like Revlon and you want more exposure to it, shares are vastly safer. Like you don't want options because no new ones can be created, right? So the chain is the only tradable options are the ones that already exist on the chain. As a married person, I thought anti-marriage kids people were odd, but I've realized failed marriages can be really horrible, so I don't blame people for not wanting to risk their chances. I mean, I never wanted kids because like I only grew up with one parent, and it just kind of sucks, and like people don't stay together forever, you know? And sure, yeah, you can take the chance, but is it worth it? And then you just like fuck up someone else's life because you're a selfish asshole. Like, you know, that's kind of why I don't have kids. And if I did want a kid, you know, there's plenty out there that don't have anyone that wants them. Check DMs. Ooh, look who got a bunch of liquidity. So XRT off reg show tonight or in the next 5 days. Let's place bets. I think I'm the only Fisker evangelist here, and I'm a bit lonely in my excitement. So can I just say out loud to myself, yeah, pump it up, yeah, yeah. Thanks a million. I actually think this, you're talking about the EV company? Fisker's pretty cool. I actually like that company a lot. I have like a small number of shares. I don't have a lot of it, but I have like I don't know, like 500 shares or something. Why buy a kid when you could go long banana? Exactly. Jamie gonna hit $34 again? Probably not. Burl doing a thing. Big money flow. Kind of high priced IV though. XRT basket runner. Yeah, it looks like they turd. It looks like they blow off like a lot of steam on XRT. I think they might be trying to get it off reg show. I didn't actually have a bad family upbringing. My mom was super awesome. um, you owe it to the world to make the next generation of new genius Gurks. You'd make a great father. No, I wouldn't. I'm like inconsiderate, selfish. Like, do we really need more kids from New Jersey people? I'll take the Gurks. I think people like me are less incentivized to have children. What about having kids in order to sacrifice them in various rituals? That seems really fucked up. It's a risky to play Jimmy and Upstart at the moment because if the market starts to drop heavy again, do you think they'll follow? Probably. Upstart's so Upstart is still net negative gamma. So it's still really sensitive to market pressure. GME has blown out its its net negative hedge and is now in a positive hedge, which means that it will be less sensitive to market pressure, which may be what they wanted. If they expect the market to rally, it's a really good idea to flip the hedge before the market does rally, right? We're getting back in at 3,900. Not today though. Tomorrow's expiration. There we go. XRC off reg show, bullish or bearish? It shouldn't make a difference. Neither. I mean, but the way it looks right now, I would say the XRT pops off reg show before the ETF FTD period is over. What about all the money? I'll burn it when I die. Reckon long dated GME options could be a good play. So the reason I want to say no, because GME is such an attractive volatility short, it's hard for it to maintain any realized price appreciation, right? And so when you buy really far dated options, like very, very far, that period of time, it's really good for capturing near-term moves without having to worry too much about theta decay. But it's really bad at it's really bad for like just buying and holding. The effect of volatility shorting over time is not beneficial to price realization in the underlying. So like if you're just trying to capture like sharp upside moves without having to think too much about timing, they're great. If you're trying to buy them to like the usual way leaps are bought, waiting over a long period of time for the value of the underlying to improve drastically, that's really risky on GME. If you can stand 10 minutes of chat, you're already prepared for kids. I don't know about that. You don't have a wife to have kids. You don't have to have a wife to have kids, Gurk. Yeah, I know. I could have kids with someone else's wife. My 0 DTE 3935 and 3950 would like you back in. Greedy. Ceremus. Very, very greedy. That means Jimmy pops back on Reg Show right before Novempex. No, I highly doubt GME is gonna make its way onto Reg Show. They don't let that happen. They'll just start churning reversal trades like through the Philadelphia Floor Exchange again. If GME closes at the current price, can we get some T+2 action? Yeah, above 30, sure. Below 30, probably not. Or at least not much. If they get it back to spot by the end of the day, or none. How soon do you think there could be Rev buyout news? I have no idea. You just gotta be patient. There's still several omnibus hearings, 3 more, over the next 3 months. It could be a while. It's not gonna be quick. Don't expect anything quick to happen there. Just either you can either cut losses or you need to be patient. Kirk, you already have children, all of us. Dear God. Would you consider the same with Upstart for price realization? To a degree, different kinds of exposure, different kinds of shorting too. Upstart's not just volatility shorting. It's long short. And the long shorts and the volatility shorts have kind of crowded each other out a bit, which is what makes it so ripe for opportunity. I think Upstart is probably closer to realizing higher valuation, which is what ultimately scares shorts out, right? My wife's boyfriend looks after mine anyway. He's a good dad. See, yeah, that's a great way to have things. Are you playing Fubo earnings at all? I mean, I have an obscene amount of Fubo, so in a way, yes. Am I doing anything special for earnings? No. I might sell some CSPs in case we get a nice little short afterwards, and I can pick up some of that sweet, sweet volatility. If ZOM hits 130, I could buy out Rev. Should I? That's a decision that you probably want to speak to a financial advisor about. No, technically, I mean, like there would be a big risk in buying the Revlon float because there's no way that you would have any power, right? Because Perelman owns what 85% of the shares outstanding, or 88% of the shares outstanding, meaning that no matter how much Revlon you could buy, he will always supersede your opinions or your vote, right? Like you'll never have any power. I told my financial advisor about you, and now he wants to fight you in the parking lot. Just tell him to join the rest of the financial advisors that hang out here all day on the stream. If I was a financial advisor, I'd hang out here all day too. Is Ron Perelman's daughter single? I'd have to marry in. See, that's probably a better option. I don't know. I don't know if she is or not. Ooh. That's exciting. You know what I really like about it, Dork, is there's like no improvement in GME's liquidity. It's interesting to see them try to de-risk ETFs though. Should I give the condiments to the poors? I mean, sure, it's not like they know what they mean anyway. Well, I told you guys back here that SPY could go to 3,900. It's trying. It's it's trying to fill its little gap. Look at it go. Okay, but if Perelman posts a pick with Icon, do we go in hard? No? Do you think big vol players pay attention to the pickle jar? Probably not. Hey Pickler, good morning. Today's action, liquidity grab? Yeah, it looks like it. Looks like a big XRT liquidity grab. I don't necessarily, that's not, I don't think that's bearish. It's bearish in the short term because they're going to short the fuck out of us with that liquidity. But in the slightly longer term, I think it's a pretty good sign. Don't forget that XRT obligations are on like an offset schedule because of Reg Show. Who's actually selling shares at these prices? Institutions, day traders, all kinds of people. You think day traders don't notice that GME's hitting like 200K volume in the pre-market and they're not going to just buy in? They absolutely fucking will. Remember, GME after the split is now significantly more tradable, right? Because the price per share is much cheaper. Follow-up question: what YouTube channels do you think big vol players watch all day? I don't think they do, but they have jobs. Very, very intense jobs that require a high degree of focus. I highly doubt they're spending their days watching YouTube. Although they might be, and working from home nowadays. I don't know. You know, Lawrence of Arabia, if Zom hits 130, Oxy's gonna hit 100. I'm okay with both of those outcomes. I fell for the GME VUPs this morning. My baby bulls are being slaughtered. Am I a horrible father? No, it's okay to believe in your baby bulls. Sometimes they're just not ready to run, you know? Having a job never stopped me. Fair. Nobody works. Everyone's just pretending to work and watching YouTube. Maybe that's why the market's so fucked up. No, most hedge funds don't have work from home for those positions. You definitely have to be in the office. Liquidity grab equals my 3250 call is safe. They look pretty safe so far. You think Fubo gets shorted after earnings? Very well could. Yeah. I could see them accumulating more, and most of those puts don't expire at earnings. So unless earnings is like a massive hit and there's a shitload of news and it creates a lot of risk for them, I think that they'll continue to accumulate shares into like November 18th when those puts expire. Just remember that Fubo doesn't have the same like setup BBBY did. It doesn't have that kind of out of the money call pressure. It has a lot of call pressure out of the money, but nothing compared to like what BBBY had, right? So just because those puts are closing doesn't mean it's running to like $30. But it will probably be repriced and have some volatility around that period. Is it too early for an end of week prediction on GME? Oh, absolutely. It's fucking Monday. I mean, I would say probably down into the end of the week. I think we could float back towards delta neutral in the next 3 days. So old market meant splits usually mean ups outside of the bull bear cycle post split. Now with all the new mechanics, it seems it means up into split, then big guys take advantage after. Generally, I mean, the old market splits didn't mean ups either. Actually, if you look at data, over the last like 50 years, I'm trying to remember the exact outline of the papers I've read, but yeah, they've looked at it at 10, 20, 30, 40, 50-year timelines, and what splits usually do, and no one knows why, is that they create
improved performance in the underlying stock over the next like 2 to 3 years after the split. The near term price action surrounding a split, I don't think has been studied very well. I would say yes, you see some short covering into a split. Especially if it's like a dividend split, and then afterwards you see liquidity unlocked, and I think splits almost universally lead to an initial sell off, which we saw even on GME, where selling is very minimal, and then over time, as the price is cheaper, it becomes more attractive to traders and more attractive to investors because of a lower price point. Do you think 28% run for October OPEX means November OPEX will be much smaller, if any? It could be. I mean, yeah, I think they blew off a lot of steam on BBBY. I don't have really high expectations for Bobby. I'm going to be pretty frank. They have another share offering on the table. They just completed their last one significantly under their target range. So this one is just additional liquidity being pumped out in order to net the same amount of capital. The short sellers are very much in control of their ability to obtain capital from their equity, which is a big problem. Their margins are obviously collapsing, which means that their debt holders are very unlikely to negotiate any favorable terms for them. And buyers will be discouraged from purchasing the stock because, well, the company doesn't make any money. You generally, I mean, like, their assets have some value. They do have assets, but generally speaking, it's going to be really hard to obtain a buyer without something profitable. And the best case scenario is someone scoops out baby, which leaves Bobby worthless, beyond worthless, worth negative value. So I don't see a bull case. I know people really want me to, but and I've tried to think of a reason, but I don't. Spot for the options on GME is probably going to be roughly around delta neutral. So if they get our price back to delta neutral by end of day today, or near delta neutral, I would not expect very much T+2 action. And really, if they can get it below 28, they don't even need to go as low as delta neutral. We're looking a little better though, and we might blow off a little more steam in the like the CNS period towards the end of the day. Would straddling the FOMC meeting be profitable if you manage it well? I've straddled almost all of them. Sometimes I make a lot of money. Sometimes you kind of just you don't get enough price action, or you fuck up your exit. It's touchy. It's a difficult trade. You're trying to print both legs of a straddle in a very short period of time, and sometimes you're wrong. So it's definitely very risky. How do you get the gap to show up on your chart? I've been trying to figure it out. I think it's in the settings up here. You go to like chart settings, and then you go to show gaps, which is somewhere on there. I don't know where it is. Chart display. Oh yeah. So show candles gap, and you can choose how many gaps, and then you have to make sure it's set to regular candles, not Heikin-Ashi. Heikin-Ashi candles smooth gaps, so you can't see them. What caused the pre-market craze? I think they just dumped a lot of internalization, and we had some FOMO, frankly. And I think at market open, that was all realized, and then we saw a shitload of call buying, which drove us up really really hard. If you look at the time and sales data, there was a massive rush of call buying at like 9:45, like so right around here, as we started to fall off, which yeah, usually well, call volume. Let me say call volume. So people are definitely, you know, in calls and selling calls off. Can you give us pores a visual on exiting a straddle? I mean, it's not very hard, generally speaking. When you buy your straddle, you know, you have your call and your put, and you're expecting, you know, the price to move either direction violently, right? Um, that's why you get a straddle, is because you're expecting a larger move in the underlying, and then, you know, you would simply just close out both. You're profitable because the profits from the side that prints covers the cost of premium for the hedge. Sometimes, if you're good at this, you'll get an opportunity to close the up and downside of a straddle, and this is obviously very profitable because you make money in both directions. Usually these are beneficial when volatility is high, like, or you can realize this more often when volatility is high, or you are between very strong resistances. So, you know, if you have something that trades in a channel like this and you can straddle here, right? You know, as the price falls to the bottom of the channel, you can close your put, and as the price rises back to the top of the channel, you can close your call. But generally speaking, you would just close both legs upon profitability. They limit the amount of money you can make if you're not able to, you know, close both legs profitably. So, you know, that opposite side hedge is always gonna kind of bite into your profits. Has there been any insider selling on GME? I think there was like a tax thing, not like not that long ago, but no other insider selling. Have they gotten paid at all? No. Why would they start at this point? I don't think they're going to. I will say that the split does help them. It makes it easier for them to sell, if they choose to. It also splits their, like a dividend split also splits their unvested shares. Um, I don't know. I mean, they're probably mostly wealthy individuals. They don't need to sell. Their cost basis is super fucking high. On a straddle, does it make sense to simply set tight stops on both legs so the losing one gets closed with minimal loss? Provided you have the opportunity to do that. A lot of straddles are overnight because, you know, aftermarket price action is unpredictable. So by the time it opens, I mean, you may have already significantly surpassed your stop. Yeah, you can. I mean, ideally, you're going to close out one leg and continue to follow the runner, right? So, you know, say your call side is printing, you know, and you know, you've already extended the range, right, or moved out of the range of the straddle. You would probably like close your put here, right, and then try to continue to maximize profits by moving your stop up on the call side. Is SPX not going to fill that gap? I mean, it is filling it. It's slow. It filled a little bit of it. It'll probably fill more. The buy pressure at 3,900 looks really good. So You draw some new SPX lines. I mean, it's kind of just continuing on this uptrend, right? Like the uptrend broke up a little higher back here when we pulled away from the previous. So we had a previous trend here, and I've kind of told you guys about this in the past, but not all of you may have seen it. So sometimes, you'll have a continuous trend, like your higher low, and price action will pull away, so you get a deviation from that trend. So normally, in a standard uptrend with not a lot of bullish momentum, your price action will fall back to the trend before bouncing. But with more bullish momentum, and this is like a good way to see if there are more buyers in the market. Your next low will be significantly like one sigma, higher than the previous low, right? And this deviation is a really strong bullish signal. Right, and then you start to see that the new uptrend forms at a higher level, right? What are the odds they slam us really hard before ETF or before next OPEX? Historically, they are more likely to slam us after the ETF FTDs. Do you think they cleared FTDs on Upstart this morning? Yeah, I mean Upstart today was Upstart's largest ETF FTD day, I believe. Um, it continues to have ETF FTDs every day for the next several days. But they are a little out of sync because of that early reg show period. However, yeah, I do think some of them were cleared. We had quite a bit of volatility this morning. That's a really good sign that they're clearing ETF FTDs. Don't think of that as a negative. Yeah, that means if they're failing, they're creating obligations in ETFs, which are settled during OPEX, right? How do you think insiders think about Genius price action? Do you think they're just focused on long-term value? Yeah, I think they're focused on capitalizing on reduced margins across their sector over the next couple of years. I think they've very well positioned themselves to take advantage of uh, essentially their competition being crushed out by massive debt, um, and that could give them a huge leg up, across the electronics and video game retail sales sectors. I'm really trying to minimize that, but yeah, I think they're very well positioned for it. So I think they know that if they can take advantage of their financial stability over the next few years, they can really start their next growth cycle in a period when other retailers are pulling back growth, and that's a huge advantage. It's one of the reasons I'm still very much in GME. Thanks for your insights and incredible pickles picks. If I wanted to hang on to my shares, would you wait till Thursday, Friday to buy back 28 CCs for cheaper? Probably, if you can't buy them back today. At least wait for some of the theta to decay. They'll be cheaper towards the end of the week. You're very unlikely to get assigned with the price of the stock dropping. SPX gonna do it. SPX gonna tap 3,900 today. I mean, it's really fucking trying, right? I feel so like I don't know. With SPX over the last few weeks, I kind of feel like you know when athletes talk about being like in the zone? That, except way deeper in the zone. I'm up 50% on my 1118 90p A, B, and B position on the drop this morning. Thinking this drop may be some pricing in of weak guidance in their earnings tomorrow. Do you still think it could rally? It probably won't, but there's some risk, right? Their last earnings wasn't that bad. They have other problems, and you know, I don't want to play the earnings on it because it's kind of presumptuous to assume that investors are going to fully realize all of their problems because some of their problems are a bit more obscure. Um, I already shorted ABNB a lot. I'm sure there's more downside to it. It's just a little risky with the rising market. I hate the company. I think they're a pile of shit. But um, they're a pile of shit that a lot of people still like to buy. And they have weird exposure, like they have exposure to like hospitality and the rental industry, which is it's kind of hard to assess value there, and that makes it kind of risky to short. It was really easy to short when it was trading at obscene multiples and just massively overvalued, but now it's getting a little harder. It's like MBM Jam when you turn on the fire. Exactly. You're a dork. No, you're a fucking dork, Carl. Would tomorrow's Jimmy T plus 2 be of any significance? I don't know. I feel like most of that's probably blown out today. And we're being shorted against the rising market, so they definitely have some liquidity now. I am, however, more comfortable selling covered calls with the hedge flipped, so at least until we fall back to the downside, which is at what? So we won't hit a net negative gamma hedge again. Well, with skew we might hit it before the end of the day, but hold on, let me check something. See what this data point is. Yeah, so now our gamma flip point is at gamma neutral, right? So the gamma flip point is reset. I'm sure it's skewed up a little bit. But I would say that we'll have more price stability, at least till we fall back below gamma neutral again. Why'd you not sell CCN this morning, Spike? Are you waiting for a higher spike? I sold some. I mean, I did not sell any. I sold them out of the money, like not in the money, because obviously the risk was still really high at that time. More calls could have kept coming in and driven us higher. It wasn't guaranteed that we were going to turn around right there. Fair point. I think I'll cut half. Yeah, I mean at least that way you're not, you don't have any more capital exposure or like positional exposure. Your position is paid for. House, you're just playing with house money. I'll just use gambler terminology. It's better. You think SPX can go much past 3,900 today? That's a little tougher. Sure. But I will say that 3,900 looks most promising. There's a decent amount of negative gamma at 3,905. So it may be hard to cross 3,900. Why did RC move the gamma flip point? That's not how that works. RC didn't move it. Our price action this morning did. So now, now theoretically the market makers should be selling into rising prices, buying into falling prices. So our downside should be more stable, but our upside is more difficult to achieve. Generally during these periods, we see the strongest implied volatility crush on GME. Because IV obviously picks up when the market maker is net negative gamma, since they're buying into rising prices and selling into falling prices, you get far more. Say this is the price action without a market maker hedge. If the market maker is net negative gamma, you're gonna see more upside and more downside on every move, right? Which means higher IV. Where did I capitalize those? And when the market maker is net positive gamma, and this is the price action of the stock without the hedge, then they're selling into rising prices and buying into falling prices, which reduces implied volatility, right? Does that make sense? Is that an easier like visualization of how that works? This is advantageous for volatility shorts because if you're selling volatility at the top, this price action lowers volatility over time. Internalizing GME again. Possible to see another small bump on GME later this afternoon. Possible, yeah. I would say like towards CNS or maybe like a dark pool dump later in the day. I'm sure a lot of order flow from this morning it was shifted to dark pools and stuff, so we may see a little more volatility today. But ultimately, like what has happened today is not good for near term price improvement. But I think it's better for like slightly longer term price improvement. Like this is good for OPEX, but bad for this week. Is there any correlation between ES hitting 3,900 plus to SPX SPY doing the same move just in the nearest future? Some, yeah. There's some correlation between those. They're not one to one though. There's Dang it, Greg, how do you still manage to help me understand things better after all this time? I don't know. Happy to help. What can be used to short vol? You just sell calls. You can sell calls, you can sell puts, right? That's all. I mean, shorting volatility is just selling it. You don't need to use covered calls. You use naked calls. You don't need to cover them, especially if you're an institution. I sell naked calls on shit all the time. Yeah, they're awesome. If you're talking about the net positive, net negative, can you please clip this so we can listen to it later? Thank you so much. Yeah, I could probably. I drew something on the screen, so I might be able to clip it. Show my upstart December 16 $50 calls. I think you might have had a better opportunity to do that this morning. I guess it's not bad. Upstart's still a little more sensitive to the market than GME is. Upstart's hedge isn't flipped, I don't think. So could be an opportunity here. You could wait for ETF FTDs. I rolled some of them this morning. I don't know if now is a better time to do that though. Why is that so zoomed out? Big street lamp. Oh, SPX Whisperer, win short. I mean, intraday, long term. What are we talking here? Looks like we're getting some serious long sell off. I think I got a pretty good fill on that. Huh. Big dump. Really big dump. Ooh. Is this a bear trap? That was nuts. I told you guys, shit's getting weird. Yeah, I mean, I got stopped out, but still crazy. Watch it retrace like most of the way and then more downs. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. This is not a bounce that I would feel confident trying to play. My poor call has to stair step again. Oh no. But stop losses. Listen, if you're up on SPX, you should probably have a stop somewhere. Especially with our current market conditions. Is this same like 1929? No. Well, maybe worse, but no. I had a stop loss on XPX calls. Thanks, better broker. Congratulations. Jimmy at 17.5 million volume now. CNS doing work. Yeah. Also just a lot of options churn too. It's not all for CNS. If they short GME to delta neutral this week, does that affect the ETF FTD covering? Or that mean it'll have a stronger run? Just remember the ETF FTD covering is generally not crazy strong. August was kind of an exception, but usually it only leads to like 8 to 15% price improvement at best. Your bearishness is I'm not even being bearish. 30.32 end of day for Jimmy? No, I don't think so. SPX sim like SPXL for pores? No, they're drastically different. SPXL is long side leveraged ETF. Margin call liquidation. Usually margin calls would go the other way on a rising market, but might be worse than 1929 is exactly bullish. I'm gonna keep playing this upside while it's here to play, mind. Okay. Yeah, I mean, near term bullish, long term. I'm high, ignore me. What'd you say? I'm gonna find it now. Okay, I can't see it. I don't see it. Oh, are they shorting the SPY to short GME? No. Everyone knows margin calls will happen at 2 p.m. Margin calls can happen at any time of the day or night. When Fubo put wall expire? A lot of it on November 18th. 24-26 end of day GME? Looking more like that, yeah. I would say that that's more likely than 30 or 32. Supposedly Biden's filling a windfall tax for energy companies. Okay. I mean, they're making a shitload of money, so why not? Fuck them. The cost of being in a society. Don't worry. I'm sure their teams of tax lawyers are already working at how to get out of it. Can you look at Bill? I asked you about it a while ago, and you didn't like playing the downside. I think it still has room down, and large expected move for Thursday earnings. Insiders are selling too. Ooh, that's exciting. I don't think that was happening the last time we discussed this. Yeah, I mean, based on the technicals here, a rejection could lead back down to like the 112 range. I don't hate it. I didn't like, so yeah, I remember specifically the last time we discussed this. I didn't like it because it looked like it was breaking up or starting to break up from its downtrend. Um, this looks a little better for rejection with volume consolidating into the resistance here. Especially if insiders are selling out. Like that could be a really good signal as well. Their earnings haven't been bad though, so I'd be a little worried with analysts expecting a positive EPS show. Maybe at least have some upside protection or use a spread to you know, well, to protect your upside. Want me to make FTD charts? Sure. Let me think. I probably have a good one for you to make an FTD chart on. I just gotta I gotta think with my brain here for a second. Ooh, do you want to make an FTD chart on Netflix? No, don't do Netflix. Hold on. Well, no, don't do Netflix. It's not gonna fail enough. Um, BTU could be kind of interesting. Go, Jimmy. Done? All right. SPX looking bearish or bullish after not dropping further. I mean, I think that we just saw like a lot of longs. This wasn't like a short. I think this is just a lot of like long side capitulation. Um, it does look like we've reverted back to that initial trend line. We'll see if we hold it. If we hold it, obviously that's, you know, bullish but slower growth over the course of the day. Um, if we fail below this, that's pretty bad. Hello, this is Margin. I've been trying to reach you about your overextended SPX warrants. Please call us back at Schwab for further information. Thank you, Margarine call. I appreciate that. Thanks for letting me know. I'll get on top of it. Do you have any data for intraday dark pool usage? No, the data for dark pool utilization is released at the end of the day. You can look at dark pool volume, but that doesn't that's not the only effect looked at for utilization. Someone just bought a ton of weekly 2950 GME calls, 800 or so. Are you sure they didn't sell them? They might have sold them or gotten a fill on them near the ask. Where are the Super Stingers? I think they were here earlier. They've left. How crazy are SPY 300p for Jan 2023? They're pretty crazy, right? Like, could be awesome. Might not have enough theta. Where do you find the fails to volume ratio? You calculate it? There's nobody that does that for you. Superstarkers blew their wives' boyfriend's money and had to go back to work. Just be honest, you sold those 2950s and got filled at the ask. I didn't say that. Spread was over 15 cents and it hit the ask. I mean, we're on an uptick. It's not like impossible to believe that they could be sold. Right? Kirk's viewership goes parabolic at 30. And the viewership on this channel is directly correlated to either the market or GME's price. AB source claiming windfall tax on oil companies caused that SPX drop. No, people selling calls because of the announcement of a windfall tax caused the SPX drop. You're the only Tootsie Roll stream I found so far. It could be that too. Well, yeah, we do have all 15 of Tootsie Roll's primary investors here in this channel. So, possible. Would you rather lose a leg or bowl at the same bowling alley every day for the rest of your life? Leg. I'd rather lose the leg than go bowling. Here for the Dillards. No, I don't like bowling. Is Tootsie Roll better than the global reserve currency for a store of value? No. I fucked up this morning. I didn't use the automatic roll button and bought back at the top. Congratulations. Burl Boot Cake calls dash FL puts. Ooh, I like DoorDash puts. So many restaurants in New York City have been shifting back to using their own delivery people now that like the risk of COVID is dying down and they don't have to worry about the liability as much. They're all cutting ties with like the amount of restaurants available on my DoorDash has dropped like 50% in the last 3 to 4 weeks. It's crazy. When was COVID a risk? I mean, there was a big period of time where, in New York City at least, there were large truckfuls of bodies being dumped on Roosevelt Island. Like we were in the middle of a fucking plague. So I would assume that it was a risk then. I stayed inside my house. I guess if I lived in the middle of fucking nowhere and was ignorant as shit about science, maybe I wouldn't care about it so much. I sold all my winners and bought back my Fubo 1218 CCs, hoping for a good CC position to make back my small losses. Hopefully you get one with earnings or slightly after earnings. Gherk to calculate FTD volume ratio. I just take the volume of the day, SEC FTD data for the day, or is there more to it? It's the SEC FTD data for the day and the volume from the previous T-2 day. And then what percentage, the ratio of volume to fails. So how much of the volume failed is what you're looking for. I don't think SPX touches 3,900 today. It could. I think it still could. Like we stabilized in the higher range of the call interest. It's definitely possible. Although we did just get some pretty big sell-offs. I wonder if it fails here or bounces. I hope it fails, because then I'll get my buy-in. Ooh, it is going to fail. Um... Why is Fubo just randomly having volume spikes? Because people are buying it. Foot Locker has Nike cutting back on shoes, and Yeezus shoes got pulled from their stores. They're only surviving on jerseys and Jordans. I mean, people just need shoes, right? Like it's. I feel like they're probably surviving on the fact that they sell shoes and people buy them. I'm thinking of going long CBOE to profit from Wall Street Bet's idiocy. That might not be a terrible idea. DMs don't hate me. Aw, sad. Do you want another one? Hold on, I can give you another one. Hmm. Weird stock. FFIE. That one will be fun. If you wanted to enter a FUBO position now, would you buy the stock, sell CSPs in the money for Friday, or sell 3.5 CSPs for Friday? 3.5 might fill, they might not. It's kind of moves back and forth. Let's see. A 3.5. I mean, an in the money gets you almost 350. So like $4 puts are 45 cents. So you gotta buy at 355, which is still below current market price if you get assigned. That seems better than just straight up buying. Although earnings are towards the end of this week, so you may not get assigned. That would be the risk. Something to consider. Um, yeah, SPX got rejected here. I put in a buy order for a call. I don't know if I'll get filled. I might have gone too low. I don't know. If it fills back to like the 3880 range, but if it finds support here on the EMA 30, I'm not going to get a fill. Tough choice. Damn. Oh well. Oh, hold on. Yeah, FFIE. I'd like to watch this too loud here. I'll tune in again when the stock is at 69 trillion. It was nice knowing you, Matthew Hodge. I have $5 leaps in case I don't fill, so it would be okay. Okay. Well then, yeah. I mean, the in the money puts have a pretty good chance of assignment, I think. Um, depending on how earnings plays out, but cheaper than market price. It's Halloween. I'm doing the Halloween thing. Duh. We're rolling 2750s out to November 11th. For 0.63 credit be something worth doing, or is the FTD risk too high? Are you rolling them up or just out? Up and out, I would say. Could dodge some of the FTD risk. Considering how everything has changed, will you stream MOASS now? No? What kind of candies are you handing out today? I bought 3 boxes of full-size candy bars from Costco. They're assorted. Last year I had one trick-or-treater, and she was a 24-year-old girl. At least. Maybe older. No, it wasn't a prostitute. Was she hot? I don't know. It's hard to tell on Halloween because the outfits. Probably. But it might have just been the outfit. Hey, I filled. Holy shit. Stock God. Now it'll just collapse down to 38.35. I put in an order at $15 for 3,900 for tomorrow. Man, I fucking nailed that price too. I like it. Am I hot? You're beautiful on the inside. That's all that matters, chicken tender daddy. You didn't use my Halloween screen card. Unliked, unsubscribed, and Spite Stream protocol initiated. When did you make a Halloween stream card? You have to DM me. I don't even see one. Was it for last year? Haha, JFresh. Is there a 0 OI on the chain? Looking at gamer? Is that because there's literally no one playing those options? Yeah. No, that's what that means. It's not something else. It's not a conspiracy, Brett. It's literally no one wants to buy it because it's a piece of shit. Wait, that was a compliment. Phil the Shill, welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. You're that jolly fellow handing out full-size diabetes bars. This is the way. Throw in a Rolex, I'll bring my toddler to your neighborhood for Halloween. I remember being a little kid, and when people had full-size candy bars, I was like, I don't know, whatever, like, the little kid version of being like, this guy fucks, is, but not that. Like, it was just so cool, and so on Halloween I buy full-size candy bars and then no one ever shows up. No, it wasn't Epstein. Why no Hank and Ashi on SPX? Because it's very gappy. If liquidity was better, I'd use them. Bananas and pineapples. Ew. I think they just say that now. Yeah. Children age a lot faster nowadays. I was I was at the grocery store not that long ago. Or maybe it was a while ago. I can't even remember now. But there was like this little kid in line with his mom, and he must have been like 4. And he was like in the shopping cart, and he kept grabbing the candy from like next to the register, and his mom kept like just like grabbing it from him and putting it back and putting it back and putting it back, and she was like, you need to stop that. And he was like, fuck you, bitch, I want some candy. And then she just didn't do anything. She was like embarrassed, but no reaction, no discipline, nothing. And I was like, you're just gonna like let your kid talk to you like that in public? In the neighborhood I grew up in, that kid would have gotten pulled out of the fucking shopping cart and had his ass beat in front of the entire store. And no one would have given a fuck. They would have cheered his mom on. He was like 4. 4, maybe you might have been 5. Yes, I agree. That's what happened to me. SPX kind of bearish right now. Yeah, I'm not particularly enjoying this. I'll probably set a stop here in a second. Hmm. Mm. Well, I mean, I was like in line behind him. I was like, oh, this kid's gonna get his ass beat. And then nothing happened. And I was shocked. I was shocked at the inaction. Not even a harsh word. Do you think trading options is sustainable for a beginner with risk management to make consistent income? It, it can be, but you need to really define your risk and probably use strategies that aren't extremely profitable initially. That's called being a passive parent. I don't know. Probably went home and took his PS5 away for a week. This guy buys rev options and goes full size. Chad. You're still on about the candy bars, huh? Who's more excited about full size candy bars when you go trick or treating, turd? You or your children? What the fuck ticker did you just send me? DMs. See, that's what I like to see. Just nice 300% fail to volume ratio. Good stuff. Thanks. Thanks, Carl. I thought you'd like that one better. What's the TLDR in the last month? GameStop got progressively more liquid, and then it ran a little bit to get some liquidity, and now we're at the rest of today. Even in today's world, when some parents are afraid to spank their kids, you should have at least not been allowed any candy for a month and no trick or treating. I mean, like, at least say something to the little brat, right? Like, how are you supposed to set boundaries? Jimmy price action sound like perpetual hopium machine. Absolutely. Can you check out ASTS? I asked about this a couple of months ago. I don't think it was on your radar. Some sort of potential cycles with it though. Interesting. It kind of looks like a D-SPAC or something. I don't know if there's any cycles here, but there's definitely like some short pressure relief that's happened a few times. It doesn't seem to be super consistent. So it ran for August, OPEX, March. Okay. But volume in March was way different. Let's see. Previous to that? Okay. I mean, it kind of looks like a vol short. I'd imagine it has high volatility and a low float. There's thousands of these. Yeah, 35 million shares outstanding. Interesting that it picked up so quickly after not being listed very long into Jan 21. It definitely doesn't have the demand GME does, but yeah, it's a volatility short. A little bit of price action today. They haven't reported earnings for the last 2 quarters. That's not a good sign. Oh shit. If you think my kid is even remotely keeping 5% of the candy he gathers, then you'd be wrong. I'm the IRS on a newly rich degenerate that hasn't found a good tax lawyer. I think kids should get 3 strikes a month. If they get 3 strikes, they get sent to the mines. Reasonable. I taught my kids to DRS their candy so they can enjoy none of it, but know that it's theirs. She rolls up the empty wrappers and gives them to anyone she thinks is too old. What a weird, spiteful behavior. I really like it. Will we see 30 again today? Ambitious. What's the SPY doing? Moving back to 3850. Three strikes for kids saying like trading violations? Yeah, like a GFV. Of course, there's also the obvious question: how does a 4-year-old have that kind of attitude and selective vocabulary? I mean, don't get me wrong, that part was impressive. I'm giving kids handfuls of pieces of paper with pictures of candy on it while I eat the actual candy in front of them. Do you like buffalo wings? Only the flat ones, and only if they're good. I'm very particular about my buffalo wings. I mostly don't like them. Are you expecting VUPs on OPEX? We'll see. It's starting to look kind of good. What's a free ride violation for kids? I too only like food that is good. Yeah. Oh, they've got to be saucy. Saucy but crispy. I don't want any. Sometimes you get them saucy and they're like, it's over sauced. Late to the stream, what happened with Jimmy and where do you see price action going from here? Jimmy popped through Gamma Max real quick. They got some liquidity and they've been pretty much shorting the fuck out of it for the rest of the day. I think they'll just keep doing that. Whoa, deja vu, right? What are your expectations for Upstart in this period prior to November OPEX? Well, today was the last really big day of ETF FTDs, although it will continue to have them, and it's still net negative gamma, so it's a little more sensitive to market pressure than like GME will be. There may be some more opportunities to roll forward, like December calls, but this morning was a good one. I'm probably just gonna keep selling CSPs and buying calls on it. That seemed to work out really well so far. I think into November OPEX, we'll see some price action. Straddle FOMC event, their premiums will be jacked. I mean, you could put a straddle in place now. Can you explain what getting liquidity is? Buying the underlying in order to satisfy previous obligations and allowing the continuation of synthetic shorting. Yeah, also volume for CNS doesn't hurt. I could give a flying fuck less, Dan. What's illiquidity looking like for Upstart in comparison to GME? A little less liquid, right now, or at least a little less ETF liquidity than GME has right now. Would you rather a pineapple slice of pineapple pizza or a shot of President Darth Dan's bathwater? I would just neither. I don't have to choose. Would you go on Hot Ones for an interview? I don't think I'm that famous. Have you looked at FSLR at all? Company is massively overvalued and seems to move with the meme stocks. Yeah, I've seen it. I don't know if they're massively overvalued. Energy's been doing pretty well, although some of their last earnings, if I remember, weren't very good. That was last week. Yeah, big surprise miss. Although that doesn't seem to have affected their prices much today. Yeah, I'm not sure they're massively overvalued at all. Very few liabilities for a company that size. Um and a small float. Well, that would explain the volatility cycles, right? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't think they're a very bad company. A cursory glance of their income statement and balance sheet would say that they are not overvalued by any means. If they use this to grab liquidity on Jimmy, how far do you think they short us? About Jan 2023 calls that are in the money, worth closing them out and reposition after the short. I think we might add up near like delta neutral. If they're gonna short us hard, they're probably not gonna do it until after the ETF FTD period. So if they get XRT off reg show, that would be when they short us the hardest. That would also traditionally be the best time to buy calls. Jimmy Bulls are still pretty hard into weeklies, so Ivy's not gonna fall off until we see some more long side sell off, probably below like 28.50. I just pooped. It was a good poop. Congratulations, Carl. I listened to Gurk with my wireless headset whilst I poop. Okay. What's up, Gurk? Sold GME 27cc for November 4th 2 weeks ago. If exercise, should I take the capital and roll into in the money GME CSP or multiple in the money Fubo CSP? I don't mind holding either. Always appreciate your NFA. I mean, obviously the stock you buy is entirely up to you. I probably wouldn't target in the money CSPs on GME though. I would probably just well, I guess. I mean, you guarantee a cheaper cost basis, but you might be able to get uh assigned at a lower price than in the money. You know, make sure you're doing the math on how much premium you receive by selling an in the money CSP. Like an in the money CSP right now, would net you $2, giving you a cost basis of $27.50. Um, but you know, like a $26 put would give you a price of $25.50. right? But that's also $2 cheaper buy-in than you would get with the in the money CSP. And if you want the guaranteed assignment, then I guess that makes sense. Thoughts on Veru? I've made really good money on CSPs over the past couple weeks, but wondering if the game is up soon. Yeah, the price kind of keeps declining. Um, I don't know. It's a bio stock, so they'll probably just get shorted until their next big piece of news. I would probably try to figure out something about their timeline for approval for their drugs or whatever. You don't have to describe all your bodily excretions just based on their color, Kendro. Earlier you mentioned FOMC potentially triggering serious consequences to the market. How long do you think it will take to play out? Q1 2023? I mean, putting a time horizon on it's really hard, but I mean, potentially. The effect could be immediate. It really depends what the Fed says tomorrow. It's definitely a big deal. Also, the Bank of England rate change is coming up as well, which could be a very big deal as well. I think that's this week. Lots of people taking profit ahead of the Fed. Yeah, it's possible. Are you any good at beer pong? I've only played it like a few times, but I mean, it was okay at it. I wanted to drink though. So the last time I played beer pong, I remember wanting to get drunk, and the opposing team wasn't very good. So I wasn't getting drunk at the rate that I would have preferred, which made it seem like a terrible drinking game. Side drink Jesus? Well, that seems not very sportsmanlike. And probably unfair to my teammate if I'm getting shit faced and they're only exposed to drinking the beer on hand. How do you feel about SPX 11.1 3850Ps? Meh. Kirk has never had alcohol. Kirk sounds lame at parties. I would contend that parties that feature beer pong as a central point of the fun at the party aren't really that fun. Like the party's shitty, not me. What else do you want? A donkey show? I mean, that seems excessive. I sold CCs almost at the top. Are you proud of me, Dad? Congratulations, Glider. That's awesome. Yeah, but I don't live in the Midwest. I live in New York City. I can go to all kinds of fucking weird parties here. You need to go to the Midwest. SPX stabling around 3870. Pretty bullish. No, we'll see. It's like a little bit of stabilization. I'd like to see some more, but yeah, I mean it could be kind of bullish. Drag brunch? I mean, probably. I could probably find one. I'm slowly learning ride the short bus to work, but something seems to be sticking in my smooth brain. Well, I mean, baby steps, Glider, baby steps. You ever played the game Who's in My Mouth? No. You turn off the lights and put people's body parts in your mouth. But how would that help you identify who the person was? Maybe the game would be better if it was what's in my mouth. How much Doge do you have and why is it a billion? None. I sold my Doge at like 50 cents. Can we expect Upstart is getting slapped after today's biggest ETF FTD to $20 again? I fucking hope so. That way I can sell at the money CSPs and use it to buy calls. If it was me, you would know by the fact that there's more room for others. I'm getting weird in here. It must be the midday. Yeah. Did you ever hang out at the Spike? Me either. No. Made my car payment on cover calls today. Fuck yeah, dude. So GME flat down rest of the week. Slight ups for ETF FTDs next week. Flat downs into OPEX T dates. This is wise to maintain exposure in case of any random pops. I mean, you can slowly DCA into like a long position and then just like cut it if we spike out of the blue. I think today's liquidity is probably sufficient to carry over into November OPEX or close to it at least. Yeah, that's probably not a great game to play at a family gathering. Actor average Joe. Jesus Christ. Is 2 years a slow enough DCA period? Asking for a friend. Well, not a friend. Moonwin. I'm asking for Moonwin. That's a very, very long DCA period. Is this for Intel? Was this morning enough vol on Upstart to cover today's ETF FTD count? Or do you think there's more to offload? I think it was more than sufficient. What's Upstart's volume? Yeah, Upstart's like 3.64 million volume today. That seems like enough. Hey, is Superstonk just really hyped on all the volume we traded today? Are they posting about like, oh my god, the volume's so high? Or no? Are they sad? Oh no, am I shadow banned? You're not. Why would you think that? You have a tiny shadow, you're a duck. It'd be very hard to find it in order to ban it. Superstock is reverted to Zen. Okay. That's speciest. It's not. It's just a descriptor of the amount of photons that your body blocks. It's fewer because it takes up less area. Like you don't have a lot of surface area. My name is not a centaur, and I've been super strong free for 233 days. God save the Gurg. Thanks so much, not a centaur. Ugh. Who'd be buying all these Gen 23s on the top of the chain calls on GME? You mean selling them? Degenerates and people selling them to degenerates. I would like to have a transparent market. Why? Do you not like having fun? Is that what people really want? They just want a market where they can buy things and someday they'll be worth more? Gross. I didn't come here to be slandered. Telling me I don't have surface area shakes my head. It's not the surface area that counts, it's the density. My density is pristine. You're very dense, Trash Dan. I'm not gonna fight you on that. Rip into the end of the day? We'll see. That'd be cool. God dang right. Wait. He floats on water, he's a liar. Just let him have it. Like a witch? Yes, Trash Dan is a witch. Shit. Spooky Halloween witch trash. Does that mean no price target for Fubo, just up? What do you mean? What does what mean no price target for Fubo? The fact that the duck floats? I've been around for a half a year now and never understood why we have ducks and a cat, Carl, or the Dans. Can you please explain? I mean, I don't know why we have you either, Tankerific, but here we are. GME Fubo Upstart Hall have a lot more shares to borrow on IBKR compared to this morning. Rates remain the same. I mean, they got liquidity everywhere, right? Just not a lot of it. was asking about the bull pennant on the daily. That's not a real thing that occurs on the daily time frame. Do you see Fubo hitting over 6 by end of the year? Yeah, that seems more than possible. Some people have the same question. What's up, Buckled Up Jen? Everyone say hi to Buckled Up Jen. I'll be right back. I'm sorry to hear that, buckled up, Jen. That's super sad. Did Gert go fully transparent? Unless he's moved on now, I guess. He must have fulfilled his undone deeds and allowed to pass through the golden gates. No. I'm unfortunately very much still here. We stabilizing this range until ETF FTDs are done, or are they slamming us back to 25 ASAP? Well, the further they drop the price, the faster weekly calls will capitulate. So I could see them try to drop us back to 26-ish relatively fast. Did they ever go limit hunting to the upside? Yeah, that also happens. Why don't you want to drink my bath water over pineapple pizza? This is eating at my sanity. I don't want either one. That's disgusting. Kirk is becoming the transparency he wants to see in the market. No, I already said earlier. I'm just GME weekly long call theta. Would you buy more upstart Jan 100s here? Why buy them now when I can buy them later? 1269 has come and gone with little effect. The market experienced some upside. Why were we shaming CTD? I wish they would drop us. I've got some calls back to buy after this AM. I mean, they have been dropping our price pretty rapidly for the entirety of the day. I made Jen leave. I'm sure that wasn't intentional. Girk, you think CC's below 30 are safe? Or are you going to buy them back soon? No, I'm not super concerned with them. Just let them ride. When are you going to start positioning for a market downturn? Probably slowly over the next few weeks. Do you think they got enough liquidity to cancel out ETF FTDs on GME? That's not really how that works. No. I do think they got enough liquidity that we're probably not going to run till closer to OPEX now. Can you sum up the last week? I've been in the mountains hunting. For what? The most dangerous game? Hunting for liquidity? Yeah, I was going to say stops, but. Oh, hunting gains? That sounds boring. I bought weekly puts at the top of the run and are profitable now. I'm assuming it's a bad idea to hold them for tomorrow because of Theta and IV Crush. Yeah, I'd be worried about IV Crush on puts. So you want position for ETF FTDs or just a smaller position? I might just sell covered calls into it. Honestly, especially if we stay like net positive gamma. Any truth to the diesel shortage? Yes. Yeah, distillates in general are kind of short. Lots of the refineries in the U.S. closed down because they weren't profitable. I think we're starting to feel the effects of that. That and the cutoff of the Russian oil supply is a pretty big deal. We're importing what 700,000 barrels a day, so yeah, there's definitely like a diesel and heating oil shortage and uh something else. That's why I'm long Oxy. Zom has good exposure too, but their earnings already happened. He apologized immediately after realizing his mistake, and he acknowledged the mistake and is still getting trashed. Yeah, that seems like he apologized. I mean, I saw it. He apologized immediately after. No one could have known that, right? It's a stranger on the internet. So, obviously, very sad for Buckled Up Jen. No one wants to make her feel that way. I think least of all Chicken Tender Daddy. I think it's resolved, at least for now. Debating buying back my Upstart $23 CSPs for 11.11 and considering buying them back to reposition later in the week. Sold last week, up about 40% already. Yeah, you could do that. If you feel like they're maybe a little more at risk now with the extra liquidity, that's perfectly understandable. My premium gained on selling CC today and Jimmy wiped out my losses on Rev, so that's nice. Awesome, dude. Congratulations. I need my soaps. So you give earnings. Who up for this week? Hmm. What are your thoughts on playing Fuba earnings of 5 to 10 DTE calls? I wouldn't. I wouldn't sell covered calls because to sell them far enough out of the money for it to be profitable, they're not worth it. And I wouldn't buy calls because I don't expect a big move on earnings. They could move big on earnings, but I don't think they will with all the puts to the upside. Girk is DRSing the float. The fuck I am. I have more than enough worthless Revlon. My bags are fully packed. I'm not buying more. Honestly, bro, thanks for emphasizing not being emotional in the market. A year ago, I would have chased this and lost money. Now I just sold calls and jerked off. Congratulations. Did you let Kendra know so he can mark it in his white log? I float. Can you DRS me? I mean, I could. Although I think you'd like it too much. Excellent strategy. No, I don't like runts. They're weird. FYI, German markets are not closed. Why were they closed this morning then? Oh, it's because of the time difference. God damn it. That's what it was. I thought it was a fucking holiday. I did my usual, check of the German markets before I go to bed at 5 a.m. and nothing had happened. And I was like, oh, they must have some weird German holiday. Like Novemberfest. Schnitzel parade. I don't fucking know what you guys get up to. Germans don't fuck around on Halloween. Do you have sleep apnea? No, I just don't sleep. I mean, I don't really want to be in your name. Belong on the street. I mean, I know Matt Kors tried to DRS you and you escaped. I'm up 70% on my December calls. I sold on GME from that time. Back in May, you said it's risky as fuck. Fun times. Nice, man. I think for a while there, I rolled up and out 3 times. Okay, I was gonna say for a while there, that was pretty fucking risky. But I guess when you finally rolled on that August rally, you nailed it. Ever since I figured out where you lived and bought the place downstairs to grow VWasps, Pi-Fi hasn't really slept. You're not wrong. For Ghost Coffee, thank you so much, Ace Ventura. I appreciate it. When Chorus told me he wanted to DRS me, I thought he was proposing, but instead he just kept me in a wire cage in his basement with 5 other ducks. I didn't realize he had so much exposure to the duck market. That was it. August out to December and walked away. You gonna buy those back before they're at risk again in November? I think you and my girlfriend might be quantum entangled. Last night she had food issues. This is weird. Hmm. I have no idea what you're talking about, Torque. It wasn't me. SPX breaking up out of the downtrend. A little bit. Yeah. Time is it? 123. Maybe I just cut and take profits on these now? So much potential. No, don't fish my stop. Go away. Ah, dodged him. Ah, you fuck. I hate that so much. Did you guys see that bullshit? They hunt stops so much. Yeah, they do. Good bottom for GME's weeks of range bound between 24 and 25. Yeah, it was. I don't think it's increased the chance of November OPEX. SPX has a gap to fill to the upside. T+2 tomorrow on SPX. I'm sure a lot of that was already realized today. They generally don't carry out exposure that long on SPX. Diamond had your calls on the ground. You never have to worry about this stop loss hunting. That's true. I was profitable though, so I don't mind getting stopped. It wasn't a lot though. It was only like $1 a contract. SPX had a gap to fill, but decided to go on vacation until Wednesday. Puts on Tilray right now. Seems overextended, but tough to play due to midterms. Thoughts? I don't know. I don't really care about Tilray. I think it's worthless. So if you buy enough theta on your puts, you should be good no matter what. Has it decreased the chance of OPEX in November? No, I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think it's going to affect the potential for OPEX in November as long as we see another significant amount of shorting before that period. If you pull back to the 1 4-hour daily, SPX has a pretty big gap to fill to the downside. Yeah, but those don't have to fill, right? Nullish. I'm gonna open an IBKR account to trade SPX after hours. Do you have a referral link or something? I don't. I mean, I probably do, but I don't care about getting it. Trading SPX after hours is super shitty, though. You're better off trading ES. Like that SPX after hours trading is just facilitated through like a swap against futures anyway, and the bid ask spreads are crazy wide. The only benefit to having after hours trading on SPX is that sometimes if there's a big after hours move, you can get out of your position. You suffer a lot of slippage, but you can still get out. It's almost never beneficial to exit large SPX positions during after hours. Like you can lose unless your position's massively up, you can lose a lot of money. The spreads are crazy sometimes. What's up with Tesla outperforming SPX and other stocks today? Tesla's part of the basket, so it makes sense that if they dove into the basket to get liquidity, that Tesla would perform a little better as well. Tesla's doing pretty good. Caterpillar got beat up a little bit. Ooh, 2020 entries? So greedy. But maybe. Oh. Mainly for exiting in the case of super bad news. I hate the feeling of being stuck. Yeah. I can agree with that. It's one of the reasons I don't like to buy a lot of like SPX positions on WeBull because they don't have the option even. It's nice. It's really nice to have the option. There have been times when it has definitely saved my ass. Even with the slippage. I just looked at the stream card. It looks like MOASS was misspelled as stops. Weird mistake. You need to look at the title. That's what matters. I was trading SPX in pre-market. I was trying to sell my call at 10 and 20 cents under the bid, And I was not getting the fill. Yeah, it's really hard to get fills. Unless you're at the bid. Even if you're at the bid, sometimes it's hard to get a fill. Make sure that you have after hours trading turned on for SPX. How does the title have Guybrush in it, but the stream doesn't? Well, I didn't want to make people super sad this morning. But I guess I do want my calls to go out of the money, so... Alright. Triple top on QQQ, puts here. That's not a triple top, at all. None of these are at the same resistance. They're all at different resistances. No, this looks pretty bullish, actually. I probably wouldn't get puts. I mean, up to you, obviously. You're doing your own analysis, but... Have you entered your Apple calls yet? No. Because I forgot to do that. Jimmy support looks static to 35-38 range since basically August 2021. Now we're MOASing because we tapped the bottom of the resistance and immediately dove back under the line. Cool. I don't know why people think we're MOASing. Is that what people are saying? That we're MOASing? Not yet. This was it till the next OPEX. I mean, till OPEX. This run wasn't OPEX. Well, there goes the 2850 level. That should see a lot of calls sold off. I mean, I will say that retail traders are not making it difficult for them to get us back to gamma neutral. Why so much volume? Why not? I mean, lots of options traded today. I don't love lots of shorts today. Damn. Sold calls were really big negative delta. A decent chunk of bot puts. Looks like large institutions are going longer. Retail and smaller retail are the ones driving the negative delta. SPX gonna test 3,900? I mean, it could. We'll see. We could get another long side capitulation. Don't forget, the FOMC thing's in a couple days, so don't expect that top and bottom resistances to be very yielding. Trending on Twitter for a bit, not sure if Jimmy or AMC related, since the value of AMC plus Ape together is barely more than the low resistance bands from May 2021. Math totally checks out. Can we get a full bear song to acknowledge the death of the weekend? Fuck Mondays. No, The fucking song is depressing as shit. I'm not depressed today. I'm happy. I sold covered calls way too deep in the money. They're definitely not going to be assigned. Everything's looking great. I made some money off weeklies this morning. That was cool. Then I made some money on SPX. That was also cool. My Oxy shares are ripping to the moon. But I realize that you can't do TA on meme stocks because the market do what the market do. I mean, you can do TA on them. They're just really volatile, so the TA breaks down. Jamie action today instill more or less confidence in November OPEX. We'll see how hard they short us. I want them to use this liquidity to the downside, right? If they short us really, really hard again, like if they drive us back below that previous low, that looks fucking awesome for November. If they don't, I'd be a little more trepidatious. How is November? Oh, Jesus Christ. Is it going to be the same question from 900 people? I'm literally in the process of answering the question you just fucking asked. And you asked it anyway. Trepidatious is not a big word. Would you think that it's a bad time to enter upstart calls this close to earnings? Like, yeah, probably. I would, if you're gonna average down or buy new calls, I would probably wait till after earnings because of the IV bump. Is shorting more profitable on memes than going long? Of course. Except when going long hits. Then it's a whole nother story. Are you down with OPP? I don't know what that is. Uh, I don't think so. Well, mostly because I've never heard that abbreviation before. Allow me to ask a question, and asking a question and not being patient for the answer. I was typing it out when you started answering and hit enter instead of delete. I'm just fucking with you, man. Don't worry about it. Any word more than 2 syllables is too big for me to understand. You know, understand is more than 2. Okay, never mind. Syllables. You're actively using multiple syllable words in your. You can't. Oh, I'm like really triggered right now. Because the joke would have been so much better if all of the words in the sentence only had 2 syllables. Me no get big word more than 2 sound. Perfect, Carl. Hey, Gurk, I can't read or write English. Polysyllabic? I kept thinking monosyllabic in my head, but that wasn't accurate. Is it polysyllabic? That's a word that doesn't come up very often. Are they seriously having difficulty with 4-syllable words? Do they need to struggle? Do they also struggle to pronounce watermelon? That's a possibility. How you been, a user? I haven't seen you in a while, man. You been busy with work? Your new side piece a little too needy? Isn't that when you get like volcanic ash in your lungs, Gaff? Did you see the Halloween crowd crush tragedy news in Korea? Over 150 people died. No? That's unfortunate. Brings like a whole new meaning to the phrase step up or get stepped on. It's really sad. I believe you. It sounds really sad. The big ups you described prior to the crash sound suspiciously like version of the assessor's theory. No? No. No, their theory is that everything crashes, and then while it's crashing, GME rockets to the moon. Is that a phrase? I think so. I feel like it was in that movie that Fluffy just wrote there. Step up to the streets. All right, Greg, I have my one Powerball ticket. If I win the billion, what degen plays should I make? Well, first, you should become a Pontiff of VWAP. Then, while we're hanging out, we'll figure out what other degen plays you need to make. Yeah, volcanic silica particles, basically the black lung of volcanologists. Spock was born with it, apparently. Jesus. Are you a Trekkie, Gaff? If I win Powerball, I'll become Pontiff. Okay. I think the crash is near. We should all be taking the time to think how we are going to rebuild civilization. It'll be up to us to make this new world better. Eh. I'll just stay inside till the dust settles. No, not really. I just appreciate a good dad joke. I've been one of those for far too long. Fair enough. Well, I don't think it ever ends. If I pay for Pontiff, that pickle's running my port until June. Are you good at negotiations? I'm busy negotiating salary between two different companies and it's tiring. Can you do it for me? Well, no. I can't do it for you. Nor would I have any incentive to. You said below 2850. Ouchie down downs. Yeah, we're gonna see more call side capitulation. We've already started to see more of it. But people overholding their calls, as they love to do on GME, are more likely to start selling off now. So Upstart Fubo GME positions 10x, immediately roll profits to 0.1 delta SPX puts, profit greatly. I don't know about that, right? Thanks, Warren Buffett, Egg McMuffin. Can you walk me through what to do in a panic attack? Freak out. Probably as much as you feasibly can. And then eventually you'll pass out and you'll be okay. Your body will take over the breathing part. That's probably better than trying to stay awake through the whole thing, right? RevRQ mooning 3.45%. Was there news today? No. Well, it's kind of like the breathe into a paper bag thing, but better, right? Busy at work, trying to understand when IV should drop enough for me to go back in on December calls for Upstart and GME. Maybe tomorrow. I need to study more. Late night Pickle University is a challenge. Um. Hmm. Upstart, I don't know how much IV is going to drop because earnings is approaching pretty rapidly. GME, as calls begin to sell off, which we kind of just hit that inflection point. So GME IV should start dropping pretty rapidly right now. Upstart may stay pretty elevated into earnings. Pay attention to a single sentence one at a time and slow your breathing. Is IV 30-day change a good metric to have on your watch list? Yeah, or historic IV, or historic volatility. Historic volatility and IV30 are both good to look at. Hey, Gurk, can you check out the GME chart and let me know if this is forming a Kenny short vol yummy yummy pattern? It is. As someone who's also short volatility, I can tell you that it's currently very profitable. If Upstart is going into an upwards market, do you think they will lose control of it? They could lose control of it. Checking in for the first time today. Can you give me a recap of what has happened? We ran up really hard in pre-market, spiked it open, and we've been tanking ever since. So they covered some shit they needed to cover, and now they're shorting the stock. Extra volume because of FOMO. Everyone thought today was MOASS because of something that a previous shill had said. Previously known shill had said something about going parabolic after we break 30. And we did, all the way up to 35. Do you think Upstart could have a good earnings reaction? Sure. Yeah. I mean, I have a shitload of calls on Upstart already, so I don't really need to worry about going any longer than I already am. 34.99. This is a Black Friday sale. What are we gonna eat today? Probably food. I'll be right back.
I'm back. Is that a witch's hat on the deck? Do you have any upstart calls near the money? No, I'll probably enter more of those as we approach. Well, I have some, I guess. I have 35s. 35s and 40s. I think we're done till the ETF FTDs, and then after that, probably done till OPEX. That's exciting. That's on the 1 day? Did you ever have Osiris D3 shoes? I bought a pair like last month. Well, that looks really good. That's way different than what we're seeing on the 1 hour. Looks like their liquidity grab wasn't all that much. Yeah, it kind of looks like early March to me too. Except with way more utilization of the other ETFs, right? At least I went through a few of them last night, and it looks like yeah, it looks like the utilization in like things like that the new growth ETF and like IJH and stuff like that is higher than it was during March. Obviously, that was before I got moved to the growth index or value index. Of course, the market's manipulated. You don't need to make up conspiracy theories about it. The manipulation's pretty fucking obvious. I'm glad I held my call through that dip. Yeah, I think November OPEX is going to be spicy. I'm really excited about it. Is there any way they can dodge their ETF FTD covering for GME? Not really. They don't have any reason to either. It's just cash settled, right? They just give the ETF cash and then the ETF goes out and buys the shares. So there's no reason for them to want to dodge it. Especially if they're trying to get XRT off Reg Show. Gurk, my boyfriend has $5 in his Robinhood account, so I bought him a TQQQ $33 call for $11.18. Ambitious. I mean, if TQQQ moves up to like 25 this week, it'll print. And then I'll have, slightly more money in his Robinhood account, like $30. It's way more likely they throw some cash at the ETF's feet and say, go clean yourself up. I mean, that's kind of exactly how that works. What's your price range for SPX to the upside? It depends. If we start to see more leverage positioning, which we're not seeing anywhere, but if we start to see more leverage positioning to the long side after the Fed meeting,
then I think we could run up into like 4,000, 41, 41.35, maybe higher. How many people bought back cover calls this AM and are regretting it now? Thank God they didn't panic and waited for it to play out. Yeah, it's usually best not to panic. I tried to kind of warn people about panicking with this in the morning DD. Hopefully not too many people did. Even if GME was gonna run, remember that it only lasts like a few days, right? Like even if it was gonna go full on run, it's only gonna like push up into Gamma Max and it's all gonna collapse, right? Yeah, I sold 40s this morning too, but you know there was a chance we could have moved higher, so I found something exciting. Ooh, what's this? Well, I mean, I like that. That's kind of bullish as fuck. Although the period in which those two others, like IJK, is applicable is very short. It's only really applicable since August or well, July. Yeah, don't forget that. So trying to correlate that with March's price action is kind of useless. Is now a decent time to buy GME Leaps? IV's a little high. It's not terrible, but IV is a little high. Dear Gherkin, I'm on my way to not being a 5-share Greg. I sold some on the bump and can now buy back to lower my cost basis. I love you and have a great day. That's fucking awesome, Greg. Congratulations, man. Your birthday isn't on a trading day this year. I know. It's okay. Well, we can celebrate it on the first day of OPEX, or we can celebrate it on the Friday before OPEX. I think I'd rather celebrate it on the more bullish of those 2 days. I haven't traded index options so far, but I want to do it soon. How is it with market depth there and position size and so on? Any tips, things to consider? They can be gappy. It's generally good to have some kind of downside hedge and not position like over leverage any directional positions. Price action can obviously move very, very quickly. Market depth is phenomenal, generally speaking. Even right now, when everything is very illiquid, it probably still is one of the more liquid markets. Watch out for stops, set them wider because your orders are visible and they will try to stop you out. Let me know why I'm about to be a poor idiot. Oh, I don't think you'll be a poor idiot from that, right? Like worst case scenario, you make 250 bucks. or you end up with some shares at what, $3.60, which isn't a terrible cost basis. You can just wheel it and sell the other side if you get assigned and sell like 350 CCs. Pick up another $250 and you've made $500 over the course of 2 weeks for, you know, a initial capital outlay of what, $1,200 or $1,500, $1,600. Sorry. Oh, you sold 5 fours. Okay, so 2,000. That's still a 25% return over 2 weeks on $2,000, which is fucking insane. Are you on the 19th or 20th? Keep in mind, you got a Dilly stream if you want it. My birthday's on the 19th. Celebrate it when we cross 50. If we don't cross 50, then you don't age this year. It's a win-win. It's okay, I don't remember how old I am anyway. Biden gonna speak this PM and whine about how oil and gas are price gouging. Maybe. I mean, they are, right? That's what they do. Thoughts on BP beating the upcoming earnings? Tempted to get a few at the money calls to capture earnings pump. Sub $35 strikes. Oh, I think they could have pretty good earnings. I just have like long exposure, so I'm not really considering their earnings very much. I might sell some covered calls, like a little bit out of the money, to just capture the IV, but I don't think the IV is very interesting on it. Odds that SPX doesn't fill the 3,900 gap for a few years. Pretty slim. That's potential returns, not a guarantee of returns, Gaff. Any more potential ups today for GME? I mean, sure, but probably not. Yeah, VXX also has some serious issues. You know, if you think a market crash is coming, you should probably stay away from like leveraged ETFs and ETNs. They'd be super risky in the event of what I described playing out. They would maybe even blow up, and not necessarily in a good way. So exposure to VIX is best on the index options. Yeah, I know you can't get the leverage that you want, but thank you for your knowledge. I used to panic and buy back CCs when we run and buy calls or shares at the top. I've overcome FOMO this time and sold CCs and shares instead. I love you, Dad. I mean, overcoming FOMO is probably one of the bigger first steps to becoming better at trading. You can't let price action in the market influence your decision making. Cat still a play, 216, more room for the upside. Thank you. It could be. I'm really thinking about getting back into cat at 220. I'm out of cat entirely now. But I am kind of thinking about getting back in. Just to flip them when BP breaks 35. I don't know if BP will break 35 by the end of the year. It might, but it may not. It may take a little longer. Thank you for your knowledge. I used to Apple calls. Now might not be the worst time for them. Let's see. Yeah, I like that it slipped back below risk. This morning might have been a little better, but I like the confirmation back above VWAP. Let me think. T+2 tomorrow. Yeah, you know, this might not be a terrible time to get some Apple calls. I can buy 55s too, which I couldn't before. December 175. Those are nice, but you have to watch them more carefully. Remember, because they're out of the money. So, their price will drive up as Apple's price drives up. So you kind of want to try to get rid of them while the price is running, because when it hits resistance, they'll drop value really fast. Wasn't BP gonna do a share buyback? They have a lot of cash on hand. They've been buying up a lot of other companies. But I do think they do have a share buyback on the table. So I was gonna play an oil earnings play over the next 14 days. I think Zom already had their earnings. Halliburton's not really an oil play, so their earnings are exposed, but it's different. Um, I mean, I'm already in Oxy, so you know how I feel about that, I think. And BP, I bought for its natural gas exposure, like its LNG, not really for its oil exposure. Do you want me to leave? No, why? Because you fucked up your call roll? That's not a big deal, man. Hmm. Am I? Are you supposed to what? Revlon may have avoided a lawsuit today. How so? I really don't know what to think about SPX today. I mean, 3900s are building up. It looks bullish, but all the calls in between are super short dated and they keep selling off on all the peaks. So it's hard to build up any like decent momentum. I mean, eventually there's going to be enough 3900 calls that just the sheer weight of them will start pulling up, but Gaff just doesn't want anybody front running him on BTC at 16,000. Today's supposed to be the last day of filing over a dispute with a creditor. I guess there's still some time left. Oh, the Citibank shit. So they won the lawsuit initially, then Citibank won the appeal, and then they're appealing the appeal. Is there a price point that will make you think it's going to keep going to a new high? I mean, honestly, I'd prefer a pullback on Caterpillar to like 213. I just don't know if we're going to see it. I dipped my toe into my short position and have been day trading the long side for profit. Yeah, it works. Jimmy's still on track to form a rounded bottom breakout. Maybe by end of week or next week. She'll see. I want to see how much liquidity keeps drying up. They got a little bit back today, and I want to see how quickly they burn through it. It'll be interesting. No, Elizabeth Arden. Oh, different. That sounds like a different case then. Interesting. Bills from last week settled post Thanksgiving, right? Yeah, just early December. Well, no, early January, right? Yeah, I think early January. Early December? Early December. Hold on. These are the fails from September. Yeah, yeah, early December. I was right the first time. Super Stonk, we did it. We figured out their game. Oh, Jesus. Win critical margin at 0. That's all I want to know. I don't think so. I don't think that's happening, man. BTC's movements have been following the TA since September. Pretty sure sustained big dips are behind us at this point. Wind bond market collapse, gaff. Airbnb revenue and net income is similar to Marriott. Yeah, Airbnb is valued at 70 billion. Marriott is at 50. If revenue estimates show a slow in growth due to interest rates, Airbnb to 70, 80 a share. I agree. I think it's still overvalued. I just don't know if the downside is going to be realized so soon. I think I'd maybe wait on the timing a little bit. I'm not saying they're going to have good earnings, or they may not have bad enough earnings. Would you cover straddle a stock if you don't care if you get assigned either way? Or just maximize to one CC, one side? CCs are paying better premiums. You want to do a covered straddle? Uh, I mean, I guess you could. Is Superstock about Jimmy or computer share? I think it's a computer share subreddit. What price does BTC go to if market crashes? Low. Low as fuck. 2020 crash was 47K, right? Yeah. Let's talk about direct fails. I wonder if a weird Thanksgiving deferral might be in play. I mean, there's deferrals from Thanksgiving, but Thanksgiving falls after the settlement period. So we may see covering ahead of the settlement period, which is something I would watch out for. I discussed that yesterday. So usually during OPEX, all our covering happens the week of settlement. But with Thanksgiving that week, we may see covering begin earlier uh into the settlement period. So Thursday, Friday, and then like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Is 27 a reasonable target on BTU post earnings? Could be. Yeah, it depends on if this earnings performs really well or not. I expect the earnings to get better this quarter, but it may not be the realization that may not be till Q1. This morning's price action was just CS buy-ins from last week, or last month, or last 15 days. If that happens, I will gladly scoop the lows. The likelihood of a big downside is low, in my opinion. Anything can happen, obviously, which is why I'll say I have low limits set, but not banking on it. I mean, if it doesn't hit my low limits, I'm simply not buying Bitcoin, right? Like, I mean, it's, can I see your Osiris D3s? They're not here yet. I've got supposedly like 45 days till they're shipped. Trading in the DTC is like gambling in a rigged casino. Oh, that's insane. I gotcha. B2U price realization more likely towards end of year into next year versus now. This would be the first quarter that we could really start to see some promise from their like Australian operations. Or this quarter could be the first quarter. I don't know how good those revenues are gonna come in. But if not this quarter, then I think yeah, next. Not to mention with the commodities market is probably gonna start heating up a little bit, especially when we hit deflation. So BTU for me is kind of like a long term hold, even beyond just near term earnings. I'm really kind of in that probably for like a year and a half. Is direct settlement not T35? No. There is no T35. That's not a real time frame that exists in the market. There's 35C, which is the extension of Reg T. But that's 35 calendar days, not 35 trading days. T plus 35 would imply 35 trading days, which doesn't exist. Fair. Just Cardano then? Got it. I guess so. Did you answer my question about using margin? What was your question about using margin? Thoughts on strangling Jimmy using margin to make back my 5K? Oh yeah, you could. I mean, you're gonna have an overnight charge, but I don't see why not. What range are you planning on strangling it in? I would wait for it to drop to a more significant support like delta neutral or gamma neutral. Rigged casino, same as casino. Yeah, Mr. Greenbean's kind of more of a super stonk focused kind of guy, you know. He's very believes in financial crimes because he doesn't understand the laws. Sounds like shares in Jan 24 is the play for BTU. CSPs into earnings it is. I don't think I'm gonna get assigned on my CSPs, frankly, but I hope I do. Can you elaborate on your comment yesterday? You said JP Morgan might be worried about their collar. Thank you. Well, if the market tanks, that's a little bit of a problem for them, right? Remember, the collar is to hedge a position, right? So they're, you know, which they're slightly bullish on, but afraid of the potential. A market crash wouldn't be good for their actual long position that they're hedging with the collar. Yeah, I'm trying to understand futures better. If you get assigned on beef, you now have to accept 100 heads of cattle. If you get assigned on SPX, you have to. SPX is cash settled, and it's not futures; it's index options. Fluffy. Why did Jimmy get smoked at 35? They got enough liquidity to short the fuck out of it. It broke Gamma Max. Gamma collapsed on the call side of the chain, flipping the market maker hedge and allowing them to start deleveraging. So the market maker dumps the hedge, and then people start selling calls. What price did you re-enter cat? I mean, I might just re-enter it soon. I'm waiting. I'm going to be patient with it. I'm not in a rush, but if it stabilizes above 213, it looks really fucking bullish, honestly. Like, even at this price, I'm thinking about some, like, 220s, maybe a little bit of theta on those, like December. Not for, like, a long carry, but maybe for a test of, like, 220, 227. I'm buying GME shares if it goes below 20. I mean, you and everyone else on the planet. Could this run up for GME today, breaking Gamma Max, be an indicator that we might not have a November OPEX? No, I don't think so. Any downside to start picking up December SPY 390 400s now to capture the possible run up? Or do you think there will be a better opportunity? I don't know if there'll be a better opportunity, but there'll probably be a safer opportunity if you wait till after the FOMC minutes. Sometimes Monday at market open isn't the best time to enter new positions. SPX does look good for a possible later afternoon breakout. Did it get halted this morning? Twice or thrice? I can't remember. I think it was twice. I think it got halted to the upside and once to the downside. Trade date plus 35 calendar days. And are you referring to just failures? I mean, it depends on where the failure originates. If it's a market maker failure or an ETF failure. Said not breakout. Excuse you, super hot kitty. There's adults who watch this who act like children. NXST, one of my long-term holdings, hit a bounce on the bottom line of support at 165-ish. Looks good for a bounce. Can I get your thoughts on selling some CSPs on it? NXST? I don't know if this really looks good for a bounce. There's some ascending support here. I think it could slip further. Like down to like 167. So I'd maybe be careful with that range, but I don't know what buy-in price you're comfortable with, but 160 looks kind of attractive if it were to slip support. Or 165. I don't know how good it looks for a bounce, but it's still above support. Can you share some dividend stocks you consider good to hold? I mostly don't like dividend stocks. I have some. They're in the value channel and billionaires. Like most, well, I should probably update that list, but most of my dividend portfolios there. I think. Yeah, that's pinned there. But I've sold some of that. Like I'm not in O anymore. Um, that's about it. Dole's pretty good. I picked up Dole. Dole's got a fat dividend. It's like 4.3% yield, which is nuts for a fucking pineapple company. Pineapples and bananas. Fruit exposure. Exotic fruit exposure. Their cable rebroadcast. Midterms ad revenue should be good through the fourth quarter. Oh, okay. Yeah, no problem, dude. Happy to help out. I was just wondering if there'd be an opportunity to control last week's price action by using fails from Tuesday, Friday, with settlement coming after Thanksgiving for those fails. Probably not. Right? Like to get the 35-day extension, you need to mark them long. Why not O anymore? Oh, I got stopped out. I'll probably buy back in when it gets to a better level. I don't think real estate's going to do very well over the next few years. But I got stopped out of most of my O position at like 69, and then I think the rest of it got stopped out at 68. I think it's gonna hit a pretty hard downtrend, probably into Q2, maybe 3 of next year. And I was up. My cost basis was already pretty low. I had like a $46 cost basis, so I didn't want to risk like the gains I'd made on it. But I'll buy back in if it nears my lower price targets. I think O's a good buy for the recovery of the housing market, but I don't want to have it into the decline of the housing market, right? I know some people would just hold it, but GME already did a dividend. You got shares. Is timing the housing market bottom as simple as waiting for loan rates to get lower? Probably not. As loan rates, the bottom will probably occur before loan rates drop. As loan rates start to decline, the housing market will heat back up, right? But the bottom will probably come in before then. If you can cash buy homes, which is what everyone gets jealous about, but if you can buy homes with cash, it's really advantageous. A little harder if you have to get a loan, but you can always refi, right? You can take on the higher rate initially and then refi later. What's gonna do better over the next few years? Staten Island real estate or Netflix? I don't know. Speaking of Netflix, I wonder if I should close out my debit spreads. It's down like $8. Ugh. Is it just gonna stabilize in this fucking range? At least I got to open them at market open. I guess I could hold them a bit longer. I have time. I'm up like 20% on them though, and I kind of just want to close them out because I don't like the stability in SPX. Yeah, I'll just take 20% profits. I don't need to get greedy with that. Hmm, 24%. Even better. Can we zoom in on Jimmy? Sure. How close do you want to get? You want to make its slow trudge back above the 2850 strike more exciting? What do you consider a good entry price for Fubo? I've been targeting all my buys between like $3 and $4. My overall cost basis is like 367 right now. Um, I'd like it a bit lower, but the opportunities since I bought in have been kind of slim. But I just keep buying more of it. Yeah, I did finally get assigned on the Amazon cover calls. I almost didn't though. It came pretty close. Amazon closed at 118 the Friday they expired. So just barely. I'm probably willing to buy Amazon in like the $87 range, but I'll probably have to wait a bit for that. Maybe Q2 next year. How's your house? Still have it? As long as no one's taken it, yeah. I don't really know. I haven't been there ever. You could just transfer it. Bob Lewis, Brigadier Shill. Why would someone be loading 45Cs for BTU and Jan so heavy? They could be sold too. Don't forget that. But um, I mean, it's $45 isn't outside of the range of expectations. If once BTU starts showing earnings from all the money they've dumped into their operations in Australia, their stock's gonna fucking rocket. Um, the question is, when are they going to start showing those earnings? There's been a lot of red tape and legal issues, and it's all just slowed the process of them attaining profitability off those. But when they do, it's going to be pretty fucking epic. I'm excited about it. That and coal's still really heavily used as an energy source. So, foolproof plan: have Girk take ownership of the house, buddy, and wife still live there because Girk will never go check it out. Shit. You know, you're not wrong. Can you give an explanation on how you benefit more from selling CCs than selling shares? I just started selling CCs on some of my shares. I want to know more of your insight. Thanks. So, you can achieve faster profit potential by selling your shares, but you're also exposing yourself to, um, like a lot of tax liability every time you do it, right? And if your shares are long-term holding, which mine are, and that's why it's more advantageous, I don't want to lose my long-term holding status, right? So for me, it's better just to sell covered calls and keep the shares. I also have a really low cost basis. So, I mean, everyone's position's kind of different. For you, it may be better to, trade them, but you also expose yourself to more risk trading them. Because then you are just trading the stock. You're hoping for an exit, when after you buy in that is higher than your buy in. Or you're, planning that the bottom will return, right? Which it may not, right? There's always a chance that Jimmy announces something and it just never goes back to like $25 again, right? Or never goes back to $20 again. And then you risk your cost basis there too. So maybe you sell at the peak of a run and you sold at like 38, and then Jamie announces something, or reports positive EPS, or SG&A reduction is significantly on track, and then all of a sudden GME is being valued, its book value has moved up, right? And then it's being valued more highly in the market, or it starts trading at a multiple, and then the stock surges ahead and you miss out on your opportunity for ownership. Dad, you're scaring my Jimmy CC's and puts. I'm sorry. I'll try not to do that. Don't forget all those distro centers. Ah, fuck, what a weak breakout. Imagine Jimmy announcing something. The only thing that's affected Jimmy's value in the last year and a half has been the reduction in SG&A. Please tell me I'm an idiot for playing SoFi earnings. You're an idiot. They'll probably be decent though. I mean, the rest of the banks are doing well, so SoFi should do mediocre. Oxy looks good to push 80 this week or next. I don't know. I'm just gonna hold on to it for 100. They have earnings this week, and given the momentum of oil earnings, I'm sure it's got some potential. And if it falls to 65, Buffett will just buy more, right? Do you think they'll ever give some kind of guidance? I fucking wish, but probably not. Thoughts on JPM is a long-term investment. I would not buy a fucking bank right now at all. Thank you, Sir Brohamdan. I want to buy Dole, but I don't know about entering here. I want to buy more Dole too, but I also don't know about entering here. We're in the same position. I really don't want to average up. Do you like wheat more than BTU? They're not remotely the same. Totally different plays. You can't pick stocks that way. You can't be like, oh, which one do you like best? They're all different. They all have they're all their own unique flowers. DM, please. I love you, Gurk. Senpai Uwu. Why? Why do you send me these? Also, what has happened to your beard? It's outrageous. It's not even winter yet. Why do you have a fucking baby Yoda pauldron? I can't deal with this shit. Riku to you too, Darth Dan. Riku. That's a rosé. Very nice. I assume that being naked wearing a baby Yoda pauldron is your Halloween costume. Just pick dad, just like your kids. There's always a favorite. But it changes all the time. Like in the last 3 weeks, SPX and Caterpillar have both really done a lot for me. And I love them. I do. I would care for them if I could. But instead they've chosen to care for me, which means so much. I really can't find the words to thank them enough. But Jimmy's also made me a bunch of money. Sometimes it's shitty and maybe it picks its nose in the corner, but when it runs, it's glorious. Like Forrest Gump. Stop talking to me about your stupid things like channels, Stefan. Remember what happened last time it held the upper channel? And you were like, I'm totally going to get a sweet entry back at 200? Or was it 193? It never happened. It's not getting weird, it's just getting more normal. Oh, thank God. Thank you, Carl. Just go to your local construction site and tell the machine operators how thankful you are. I think I'd want to find who is ever in charge of renting too many machines for a job. That's the person I want to thank. Maybe the great ladies and gentlemen of the Congress for passing the infrastructure bill, ensuring CAT's profitability into the next decade. It's tough. It's tough to pick. Just go up to each congressperson and just profusely thank them so much for being so heavily influenced by private interest groups that they can't make their own decisions. I love our country. What's up with the spread on JJG? I wouldn't buy options on that fucking thing. Thoughts on T plus 2 on GME from Friday's price increase? Weren't 25, 26, 27C in the money now? Yeah, there just weren't very many of those options. First of all, most of the 25, 26, and 27s that existed last Friday also expired last Friday. Second of all, the majority of call volume was at 30, all of which got blown up today. Now we're back at the same price we closed Friday at. which isn't super impressive. Stop talking about the infrastructure bill. You'll make it run. Yeah, I just have shares on JJG. Most of my wheat positions in shares now, too. It's been a while, so how is November's OPEX looking after today's price action? Jesus fucking Christ, Gaff. Come on, man. Give me a break. You don't have to time him out, Carl. Carl, the constant defender of my honor and virginity. I've sold 25 CSPs the past 6 weeks and nothing. I want some shares. So you've gotten a bunch of free money for nothing? How terrible. What an awful existence. Why don't you just take the premiums that you've made and use that as against the cost basis at whatever price you buy? Bro, you don't need your V card protected. It doesn't matter. Carl's really bad at his job. Your personality does that well enough. You'd think, but no. In fact, it just attracts people with daddy issues and financial dependency problems. Been in meetings all day. Have I missed the boat on the Netflix bear put spread? Yes and no. I closed it already. um at what point does selling CCs say, can I say I'm a day trader? Just call yourself a market maker. The second you sell it, be like, look, I'm a market maker. Tell your wife. Maybe she'll stop sleeping with her boyfriend. Going long UVXY is kind of a gamble. It might just blow up. Like, there might not be any price action. The fund may just shutter. Have you bought your 13th GME share yet? No. I was waiting for Black Friday. November OPEX looks fine. It's in the future. Okay, I'm done with this thing for today. Are all the Dans gay? They're whatever you want them to be. I'm assuming you want them to be gay. So yeah, if that's what you're into. $20 is $20. Fiance, thanks to AMC, no doubt. But I would tell her so I can become unemployed. Setting up for the divorce already. Do people just say they were in meetings all day to excuse asking for reassurance? Yeah. They're like, oh man, sorry to ask this for the 900th time, but could you please confirm my bias? I suspect they've been paying attention all along. No, but also yes. Dan's are delta neutral. That works. Oh man, do you have another account, Gaff, for when Carl times you out? Oh, it's fucking amazing. Well, I'm in meetings when I do ask for repeats or clarification on things. I do agree it is to confirm my bias. If I read some of your DD, I bought a GME share and sold a CC. I make money now. Look at me go. Gotta go fast, bro. Tell me I'm smart from your advice. Genius. I mean, you can read. So you're already leaps and bounds better than a lot of people. Hey, Gork. I've been in meetings all day, but this is the last red candle has me scared for my out of the money calls. I bought at the top this morning. How's price action looking for ETF FTDs and OPEX? And when is OPEX again? Oh, one day I'll be free of it. It's like living in Groundhog's Day, like that fucking movie, but with OPEX. It just keeps repeating itself. I've been in meetings for the last few weeks. Are you still bullish on Revlon? Can't be anything else. There's no downside. It's already so close to zero. Just the pure ownership of it is the most bullish statement you could make. Groundhog Month. Yeah. Favorite and least favorite Halloween candy? Reese's Fast Breaks. Also, Reese's Fast Breaks. Hey, Gurk. Gork just woke up and turned on the stream. Anything you can assure me of? Thanks, bruh. It's Monday. It's Monday at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Waiting on SPX to rebound here. You might be waiting till tomorrow. It's 3:03, you shill. I'm on a reverse delay. This is why Gurk hopes the cycles go back to F on F-Man, so it only has to deal with this shit 4 times a year. Seriously. Could a Fed rate increase change your Apple price target? Yes. The Fed's increasing rates. You know that, right? Like, no matter what, there is a Fed rate increase. An increase above the expected range would be very bearish. Very, very bearish. That's up for you to decide. And you would probably have to do some research on the potential buyout price of Revlon. I don't care. I just want to be surprised at this point. What's that, Tristan? Are you talking to yourself, Trash? I sent you your Halloween costume in Discord DMs.
It's pretty amazing. Hey Greg, I've noticed stocks can either go up or down, but they always go left to right. Is there a way I can bet on a stock going right to left? No. You can bet on a stock going left to right, though. I've been out in meetings for the past year. What's F, man? And do you think MOASS tomorrow still? Do you still think the floor is $1 billion? Oh, I have no idea. I wouldn't imagine they do. FOMC when? It's on the second. How do you not know this, man? 2 and 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, November 2nd. I know what your stance is now, but was there ever a time when you agreed that the price could go into the millions? I mean, I always agreed that that was something that could happen. I just didn't think it was something that would happen. I mean, yes, theoretically, a short squeeze could go into millions and millions of dollars. Would that ever happen? Absolutely fucking not. J-Pow would send his death squad to every individual GME shareholder's house before they let the price of the stock go into the millions of dollar range. Fucking GME shareholders would be getting taken out by international assassins. But Berkshire's at 350,000. First of all, that's not millions. B, they don't have a lot of shares. They just have enough to fill that stupid meeting every year. Did I win Dumbest Pigeon Whale Award? No. That will always belong to Cock Magic. Or Caw. Caw wins Craziest Pigeon Whale Award. Married last month. Signed up for benefits through my wife's company because life event, they've retroactively assigning my coverage a month back and pay premiums. Same like paying for too much theta. Sounds like it. Rusty. That's more of a Kendroism. Fun fact time. Fun fact break time. If your real doll has a runny nose, she isn't sick. She's full. Who says? Why does everyone's real doll? You don't need to assign gender to people's real dolls. Thoughts on Upstart the next couple of weeks prior to OPEX? Eh, we just sell CSPs on it. I feel like you asked me that this morning too, didn't you, Edwin? You son of a bitch.
Well, our range should tighten on SPX as more and more delta neutral positioning comes in for the meeting. All right, enjoy your meetings, trash. All right, guys, I have a meeting. I gotta go. All right, what's up, guys? Sorry, I had a meeting. What's going on today with Jimmy? Oh, is this the same one? Sorry, I was trying to switch over to my cheat stream. Whoops. Don't get jealous. It's not a big deal. Oh shit. Wait, if I forget to play the Cena song today, do you still get your Kava coupon? Do retail GME investors know that you sold them out for a coupon to free meatballs? Answer me, Gaff. Is this a good place to enter? What? Dude, you don't have to ask me what to do in the bedroom. That's not the kind of analysis we do here, Paris. I assume as long as you have consent, then just got out of a meeting that ran a little later than expected. Is Enron still a good buy? Or should I go for something safer like Lehman Brothers? You know, I heard Bear Stearns has been really killing it. Maybe check out their earnings. Might be a good opportunity to go long. Like 1 to 2 year time horizon. Anyone in Credit Suisse been jailed recently? No, but they're receiving enough bailout to ensure that when someone needs to go to jail, Credit Suisse will be able to offer them up. My gain loss on RevCCs is $420.69. Do I need to tell Lady VWAP I have found the holy number, or does she already know? Who do you think revealed it to you? Yeah, you wouldn't be so quick to buy puts on Arby's if you realize that people eat there. Guys, for the rest of the day, if you're in a meeting, please stay in the meeting. That's the same question for GMA. Did the old afternoon switcheroo? That time out felt like a similar gap of time between the questions. Blame Carl. I'm pretty sure he's the one who timed you out. I stream during my meetings. Become the director and you can do whatever you want. It's true. I got laid off today. Should I stay in the meeting by refusing to leave the premises? Wait, did you really get laid off? I thought you just got that job and you already got laid off? Fuck, man. Rough. With the downlet on the way? Yeah, I know. Everyone can't wait to pay their taxes after GME MOASS, and they can save the federal deficit. Everyone who's ever won the lottery, the first thing they want to do is pay taxes. They're like, "Oh fuck yeah, I can't wait." Remember that stupid shit? It's like, oh man, I really, really hope I can give this money to the government so they can use it really inefficiently. Quesadilla, sandwich, or taco. It depends on how many tortillas are used, Dork. 2 tortillas, sandwich. 1 tortilla, big taco. Laid off, same as let go because you were watching a pickle man during all of your meetings. Don't act like you haven't brought me into the job interviews, Gaff. I know you have. I've heard story. The word on the street is you're running the stream in the background of job interviews, and people think it's highly unprofessional. But really, I know that you're just waiting for the one candidate who goes, "Why the fuck are you watching this guy?" And that's who you're gonna hire. Hey, Girk, doubled my money on Jimmy today and took profits while in a meeting. I know you don't care, but I want everyone else to feel bad if you read this out loud. Not a problem, dude. I remember when I said something about that back then, and like all the super stonkers in the chat at the time were like, "Ah, man, the government's going to do great things with that money. You know, they're going to be able to create programs and social welfare programs." And no, they're not. They're just going to absorb it and blow it on the same stupid shit they blow it on already. Like, there's going to be some sort of like renaissance in the fucking political system of the US after GME shareholders paid their taxes. Oh, Jesus. That still makes me kind of nauseous. And then I was like, yeah, I'm going to try to ensure that I pay as little taxes as feasibly possible and only explicitly what I owe. And people were like, you're a greedy shill. Maybe that's when it started. We're going to create a new society, Gurk. Have you been to Superstonk? Is that the society that people want? Are you sure? I mean, maybe the one they deserve, but have you considered moving to a lower tax state? I've considered having a residence in a lower taxed state. I'm gonna use my billions to make mud huts and sign up for Pontifa VWAP. I think the whole "I can't wait to pay taxes" rationale was a way to convince politicians to let GME MOASS by not bailing out banks and hedge funds. But politicians love bailing out banks and hedge funds. That's fucking great. Then the banks and hedge funds owe the government money. That's fucking no. You know what it was? It was just more prisoner's dilemma, and like, how can this run to millions of dollars against all the rules of the market and all common sense? It's just like another way to believe in nonsense. Super strong society seemed like idiocracy and not like Wakanda. Can you imagine if real life was like Wall Street bets? I mean, the world would be a better place. Do you have any real estate in your portfolio? I've accidentally come into possession of a home. It's not in my portfolio. It's on the ground, but it's there, I think. Up 50% to down on the day. Only GameStop. Back to spot. We should all start chanting that every time GME runs. The market maker has more money than all of your hopes and dreams combined. If society was like Wall Street bets, there might actually be 3,000 gamma squeezes in the market on any given day. Oh, nice one, Dork. I already have a chant. CNS, CNS, CNS. Doesn't have the same ring to it as back to spot, but I like it. No, I haven't thought of that, Stefan. Down 3K on weeklies. Dumbly tried to play it while at work. Close out to save what capital I have left, or possible bump tomorrow. Jesus. Sorry to hear that, man. I don't think we're gonna get too much of a bump tomorrow. I'm not gonna lie to you. We could. It's T+2, but it doesn't look good. Especially now with price back to close from Friday. Prisoner's Dilemma same like me buying cat calls today and pressuring you to do the same? Pickle Man? I don't know. Now I kind of don't want to buy cat calls, though. I want you to have to hold that position all by yourself. All alone. The only cat investor. Do you believe in it? My chant is remember the Alamo, but it makes my Mexican wife upset. Understandably. What are we thinking about the week's price action for GME at this point? Any T+2 expectations from Friday down into the ETF FTD period? I mean, we're down already. Maybe kind of just a slow drift into the end of the week. Sorry for triggering you. I wish I was in a meeting. It's okay, Dr. Sharp. I love Cat. Sure, I sold at 195 before earnings. Oh, ye of little faith. But she'll take me back, right? I don't know. She's a fickle bitch. Good luck. Looking for the best chance to average down some of my upstart calls. Are you expecting earnings to be bullish in any way? You son of a bitch. Girk, are you picking up any Apple calls? I bought some earlier. Do I regret it? Maybe. Here's a better question for you, Popcorn Trader. Are you targeting upstart calls that expire 2 days after earnings? Three days after earnings? When's earnings is on the 8th, right? Yeah, 3 days after earnings. But you don't seem to realize this is exactly the type of abusive relationship I'm after. Oh no. Not another one. I have 10% gains on Dole already, planning on holding the position, but I just wanted to hear your thoughts on the stock. You also asked me that earlier today. God damn it. I don't know about your mom, but your dad did put in a request for bullishness. I assume it had to do with your mom. Anyone here buy GME? Yeah, sometimes. What about it? You looking for calls? Someone just swept the GME 25C and 30C for 11.25. Is it a bear call spread? I haven't asked you anything yet. Can you try to speculate on this morning's run in a bit of detail for the end of day wrap up video? I've been trying to tune in today, but I haven't heard yet. I just think it was a liquidity grab. I kind of outlined what I thought it was in this morning's DD. That was more speculative, obviously, because the run part hadn't happened yet, not fully. Um, now I feel more confident in that initial theory, given that it's kind of played out in a way that I expected it to. Hey Greg, first time viewer here that you definitely don't know. I'm sorry I haven't been able to watch your streams. I've been in meetings. Anyway, can you explain how puts cost same like shares? God damn. Why are you so bullish on GME? I like the stock. It's a good stock, and I have a very cheap cost basis. It also makes me pretty decent money all the time, so that helps. No problem, Joey. Nearly 5% just today. Wow, that's like a whole penny. Airtime International is a cutting edge tech firm out of the Midwest awaiting imminent patent approval on a new generation of radar equipment. What are you thinking, Big Pick? Sounds like bullshit. Also, pretty sure it's from a movie. But Wolf of Wall Street? Maybe? Can you tell me you hate the third most here? And why is it me? Steppen and Bipolar Bear are the two above me. The person I dislike the most. Who do I dislike the most? It varies from day to day. You're usually in the top three. Bipolar Bear, some days fine, some days much worse. Stefan, pretty consistently annoying. You ever watch those cartoons? From like they're old. I forget where they're from, but there's like this little dog, and then there's like the big dog, and the little dog's just follows the big dog around. He's like, "Oh, what you doing today?" And like just driving him nuts. And the big dog kind of just like every once in a while hits him. And he's like, "Ah, shut up." No, not Paw Patrol. Older than that. That's Stefan. God damn it, Gaff. So basically, your DD short-term bullishness is super bearish, while short-term bearishness is bearish. Exactly. I think you figured it out. Spike and Chester. That's what it is. Thank you. Yeah, Pinky on the Brain works too. I feel like it's a trope, but hey, Pickle Man, I'm about to call a meeting for Upstart bag holders. I just wanted to know if any surprise runs will be happening in the next 20 minutes. Probably not. A trope is based on parenting a toddler. Apple looking like a breakout up or a breakdown tomorrow? I think that'll depend on the market largely. Lot of price action potentially for T plus 2 on Apple. Shitload of calls went in the money. Shadow banned or filtered. Also, they get exercise too. Shadow banned or filtered. Put their pickle in my jar. Tired of asking in chat. Today I sold a CC on the way up using a limit price above the ask shown, but Fidelity app sucks, so the pricing was out of date, and I was instantly down $300 on it. How do you handle this? Do you sell CC with a market order? Hold on. When we're running, yeah, usually. I don't really care about the slippage that much. You can use a limit order, but just wait for the bid to climb up and sell it at the bid. You could sell it at the mid if you're really feeling spicy. Tell them you hate me too. Oh yeah, yeah. Walken's annoying as shit. Also, WeBull wouldn't fill market orders on GME options this morning due to volatility. I know. I had stops on my weeklies that got fucking canceled because of the halt down. I was pissed. Spy 390 sometime this week, and probably we're just skirting the edge of it, right? Why would the limit order fill and you immediately down $300? I'd imagine because the price kept going up. I don't think Moonwind's been gone 6 months. What does it mean when you see a giant order on the books outside of the bid ask on SPX? Support? Two plus two on Apple equals tomorrow Apple runs. We'll see. Wait, Moonwind isn't around anymore? No, he probably is. He just conceals himself nowadays, pretending to be other people. What's up, Holden Harold? You think Cat will drop under 180 again in the next couple months? Sure, if the market moves down again. I tried to be another people and I was quickly identified. I knew. It was a valiant attempt. 625 SPX, 1 DT, 3850s filled, and one transaction at 8.68 when the bid ask was 710, 730. That's the kind of action I'm referring to. Huh. I don't think I can hide under a different name very well, though people have pretended to be me in Ko-Fi's, which is really weird. Yeah, that's happened a few times. Han, too. And Carl. And Koala Hugger. Wait, where's Koala Hugger today to whine about everyone's covered calls? Why is he never here to yell about covered calls when Jimmy goes down? That's my question. Why isn't he like, oh, you fucking shill, you didn't tell everyone to sell covered calls at the top? No problem, guitar stuff. Thanks for watching it, man. My building doesn't have community bathrooms. Gross. You think Koala Hugger just follows the stream and sells really bad cover calls and then he's upset about them? I hope he bought them back this morning for like a $5,000 loss. Just him. Everyone else who did it, silly. But him, I hope it happened to. And as the VIX cools, the market should continue moving up. If Monster Buddy was in here, you'd never know. He's definitely in here. He's super crazy, kind of obsessive. I bought mine back just now for a 3K loss. Why? Why not just wait? Also, you know, if you guys are selling cover calls 50 cents out of the money, you're probably going to get assigned. I miss Monster Buddy. He was a monster, but also a buddy. A misunderstood calculus expert. Guys, look at my calculus homework. I know things. You can't get assigned if you buy them back for $1. It's true. Costco pistachio, salt and pepper, godly, and also make my shit turn green. Congratulations, Michael Williams. When I sold them, they were $2 out of the money, and there were no reasons to expect the stock to run up to 35. Yes, there was. We were all like, wow, there's a lot of pressure on that break point. It probably will hold up, but it might not. That would have been the reason to not sell them out of the money. Or simply wait to sell them out of the money. But your impatience got the better of you, and your 50 cents seemed super important at the time. Thank you, Bob Lewis. I'll check it out. I don't know what MKV is. Why did you sell 27s then? Because I don't give a fuck. It was actually 28.50 that was unbreakable at the time. And it held up through Friday. It just broke this morning. I don't really care either, but OBS made it. Huh. I have no idea. I'll check it out. I mean, if you sell a 0.5 delta covered call, your chance of going in the money is 50%. It's right there. It's like betting on black. It's actually slightly worse than betting on black. If you're doing that and you're not expecting a chance of assignment, you're an idiot. 1 second. Am I koala hugger since I had a 5K loss on cover calls this morning? I mean, you could have waited. Not every move up is MOASS. What is MEMX? The Mexico exchange? What's the stream card of the Fast and the Furious Orange Supra? I mean, it's arguably the coolest car ever depicted in film. Well, it's like, what's the big deal if you just get assigned? Just sell covered calls. Jimmy's not going to short squeeze. There's nothing to worry about. Worst case scenario, you miss out on like some near term upside. Yeah, you can just take the money and sell CSPs. The only reason to buy back would be, you know, if you're worried about taxes, which I can't at that point, like this morning, I can't imagine or worse than, you know, the loss that you'd be taking. I said I needed a 10-second car, not some piece of trash Supra. The Supra is a 10-second car, Han Banan. How dare you? Hey Greg, I don't know if you covered this, but do you think this morning's run has any implications on ETF FTDs? No? I don't think ETF FTDs are going to like launch us to the moon though. We'll probably just move up a little bit, most likely in the early part of that day, maybe slightly higher volume. I wonder if today was ETF FTDs because August. Ooh. August OPEX ran early? No, but this isn't August OPEX. Never mind. I have the runs from this morning's ETF FTDs. Made me nervous, and I have IBS. Are you better now? Is your tummy settled? It's only a 10-second car if you overnight parts from Japan. Fair. Was in a meeting, screen sharing, and Kendra comment popped up just out of awkward meeting with HR. So when OPEX. I didn't miss a. My name's Carl, and I'm a big fatty McFatface. Sticks tongue out and makes wet fart sounds. Carl. Very immature. Supra is my dream car. If I had fuck you money, I'd turn it into a Trackster. But Skyline R34. No. All right, yeah, it's a tough choice, I guess. I wonder how you never have a sore throat after talking all day. I keep it very well lubricated. RC will tweet and Jimmy will rise 30% after hours. Okay. Who gives a shit? Is it gonna stay there? No. That's the problem, right? That's what everyone's afraid of that never happens. And what has lost retail more fucking money than anything probably since the retail started participating in the financial markets is everyone assumes this is what's going to happen, right? And then it's just going to keep going, right, for infinity. But this is what actually happens. So if you remember that this will always happen and not the former, then you'll lose a lot less money. What happens when DRS is 70%? It'll move up faster and then down faster. Get DRS high enough and the stock will just trade like this every tick. And I'll spend my entire day selling naked calls. Citadel throw like one short share at Jamie and it'll drop $30. Then they'll announce a share offering and we'll be rugged again. Yeah, pretty much. Do you see SS DRSing the full float in 5 years? No. They'll get bored and move on to the next conspiracy. How is RC going to move the stock 30% on a tweet when retail just blew all their money on weeklies for 2 days in a row? It's a good question. Wow, Riven is trading at a negative PE. Yep. Is it more effective to DRS in the peak of an OPEX run? No. No, so DRS does not reduce share liquidity. DRS reduces the size of the market. GME is a market. It is its own market. And DRS reduces the size of that market. It does not reduce the share liquidity. Smaller pie, not a great way of thinking of it. Think of it more, yeah, faster halts. Well, the lower price of the split also causes faster halts. Think of it like a gas. And if you have a gas in a container and you compress that gas by making the volume of the container less, you know, that gas heats up because now the atoms are moving more rapidly. Right? So that's what DRS does, is it compresses the gas. It doesn't mean that the gas is going to get out of the container. Right? It simply pressurizes it. Congratulations. I'm not talking about farts. God damn it. So DRS is at most a negative outcome, a neutral outcome. Well, if you compress a gas enough, it becomes a liquid. Or plasma. You missed a Ko-Fi talking about the farts. Well, I wasn't talking about farts, so that's why I kind of don't want to know what this says. It doesn't matter whether it's 0.5 or 0.75. The Fed is always winning. It's true. Ding ding. The day is done. Gases are not a liquid. That's no. There's no. There's 4 states of matter. Gas is a separate one. Gases can be made into liquids. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Well, so that's the end of today. Delta neutral positioning on SPX is starting to channel lock it in a fairly narrow range, which narrowed throughout the course of the day. Nothing really exciting going on there. A lot of the meme stocks, Upstart, Fubo, GME, BBY, all had little runs this morning. GME is obviously being the most significant out of the entire group of stocks that ran. All of these runs, resulted in a liquidity grab, significant amount of call sell-offs, and for the most part, a flipping of the hedge by market makers on at least a bunch of them, not all of them. Price action today then declined to roughly, GME just slightly over Friday's close. So back to spot, which means that there's not going to be a lot of market maker exposure due to the run this morning. There might be some fails. There might be some T+2 action this Wednesday, but I don't think there's going to be a significant amount of price action for the rest of this week, at least not yet. Especially as more and more calls capitulated into the end of the day. We'll take a look at positioning in the morning and kind of see where that ended up and how OI looks. Yeah, I heard someone knock, but I'm not going to answer it right now. And then yeah, we'll kind of just go from there. So I'll give everyone an update in the morning on the OI, and I'll see you guys. Have a great night. Bye.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
It's yours?
No,
Your mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not.
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Rico! Sit, Krian, sit. Good dog.